Yeah, all her is block most of the camera.
No, it's kind of angling down.
So we get the POV characters in that. Oh yeah, we do. Prosecution is my type.
I don't think so.
Where's the show I got? That's Caleb's dad, who's just giving us the entire history of court. Yeah. Yeah, your dad gave us the entire, like, how the criminal justice system works. What?
Alright, so we are
Can we,
going
like,
to begin.
post
So
it?
jury, I need your attention to the matter. We're going to, the witness will have, witnesses, you don't have to get super loud. You can see that you can be heard by sitting back here. So the whole point is to project your voice so that the camera can hear it, and that the jury, if they can't hear you from 3 feet away, that they can hear you too. The lawyers will have a microphone that you will just pass back and forth because we only have 2. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to read the charges against Kelly Roberts, and jury, that way you'll know what it is that the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so that would be, these guys have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, let's make sure, are we all logged in and we got stuff up? Are you in now, Mackenzie? Okay. Sorry, Miss Lightning. All right, I'm gonna go close the door and then we'll be going. Pizza will be here at 10:45.
Why did I get the mic? You shouldn't have.
We're missing two people on, this is the prosecuting side, I think, are cut off, so.
Yeah. Is redirect. So knowing what redirect is, remember redirect is you can go up and question your own witness again if on cross you thought that like you need to clarify something. On redirect you cannot ask them anything else, only what was brought up on cross. So usually the format of the question is, on cross-examination, the opposing counsel brought up this. What would you say to that? And then you give them a chance to explain, okay? So, I'm not going to give any specific examples, but that's how that goes. All right, so our case today, the first one is the People versus Kelly Roberts. Kelly Roberts, I believe, is charged with possession in the 5th degree. Is that right? And in order to prove the possession in the 5th degree, the prosecution has to prove 2 things. One, that Mr. Roberts, played by Ryan here, unlawfully possessed a narcotic, which in this case was oxycodone, right? So unlawfully means that like did not have a prescription, basically was not supposed to have it, and knowingly possessed those drugs. Okay, so knowingly and unlawfully possessed oxycodone. What? Holy cow!
Somebody straight up just got body slammed.
Knowingly and unlawfully. So he knew he had them, and he had them illegally without a prescription. Okay. Not only that, they have to prove with possession in the 5th degree that Mr. Roberts intended to sell those drugs. Okay. Now you don't. In this case, like there's, they're going to talk about an encounter on the street corner. You don't necessarily have to believe that at that moment, Ryan or Kelly Kelly Roberts intended to sell, but basically Kelly had those pills and the intent was to sell those pills to make money, okay? Like as a drug dealer. So if the prosecution has to prove all of those things beyond a reasonable doubt, if they only prove one of those things to you beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're supposed to vote not guilty. So if you believe, yeah, Kelly possessed those drugs unlawfully, but I don't know, I'm not sure that Kelly intended to sell those drugs, then you're supposed to vote not guilty. Okay? But I would probably say that if you argue that Kelly intended to sell the drugs, then you're probably therefore saying that Kelly illegally possessed those drugs. It would be hard to have that one. It would be hard to sell something you don't illegally have. Right, that makes sense. Okay. Do we have any questions before we start? Okay, our order is going to be prosecution's going to read their opening statement first. Defense can do their opening statement right after, or they can wait till before their case. Usually they go right away. Then the prosecution will present their side. You'll hear their three witnesses. Then we'll take a short break. Then we'll have the defense with their witnesses. And then we'll take a short break. They'll get about 10 minutes to write their closing statements, and then we'll hear the closing statements. That'll hopefully be right around 10:30. And then you guys will get about 10 minutes to talk about what you think and vote. And then we'll come back and read the verdict. I'll also give my opinion on what I think the verdict is. If you have questions throughout, don't hesitate to ask. This is not supposed to be a got you moment. People asked about like if we forget where we're at. If you're an attorney and one of the other attorneys is up questioning, kind of like have their questions open and follow along with them. That way, if they lose their spot, you know right away where they're at. You can kind of point to the question they're on. Okay. Remember too, lawyers, you can get up and help them out afterwards. So if they forgot something or just something in the moment came to you, you can do that. This is not a time to get mad at each other. I've had classes in the past get really angry with each other. As we watched on, another thing I want to talk about is just because like you win the case doesn't mean you did better at the trial, right? We heard that in the one we watched. Remember, the guy was found not guilty, but we all thought the prosecution did a way better job with their thing because proving things beyond a reasonable doubt is tough. Okay, that's why we talked about with the 4th and 5th and 6th Amendment, where all of those are given rights to people accused of crimes because the idea is we don't want to put innocent people in jail. Okay? All right, so if we don't have any questions, we will start with the prosecution giving their opening statement. You can hold the iPad if you want, use the microphone, but step out in front of the table.
So it's right here.
Yep. And if you see me taking pictures during the trial, that's because I am. Because I'm documented, and we'll put them all in a folder so you and your parents and stuff. So I'll be taking pictures of the witnesses sitting up here and you doing the lawyer stuff and all that. Okay. Yeah.
Andrew Duncan, re-attendance office, please. Andrew Duncan, re-attendance
We
office.
can, or what?
Can I get that? It's my phone. At the attendance office. My dad dropped it off.
Okay, I don't know why you need it, but yeah, sure.
Quickly. It's to practice questions during lunch.
Okay. All right. Now we're getting formal. Okay, we're in trial mode. Does everybody understand what we're doing?
Are we streaming?
Yeah, it's streaming right now. Are we good? Can they all hear, Connor? Do you know? Will someone say if they can hear us in the chat?
Are we on?
Yep. They can hear.
All right. Order. All right, we have the case of the people versus Kelly Roberts. He is charged with possession in the 5th degree, meaning he knowingly and unlawfully possessed oxycodone and intended to sell said oxycodone. Is the prosecution prepared with their opening statement?
Tyler Estes to the main office, please. Tyler Estes to the main office.
Yes.
There we go. Perfect.
On August 15th, 2015, Officer Leeds and Officer Flanagan were undercover at a well-known drug dealing street corner when they witnessed a drug transaction between Parker Peterson, also known as Pillhead, and Kelly Roberts. We are here today to ensure that Mr. Roberts receives punishment for his crimes against people. Kelly Roberts is a sneaky, conniving, and dishonest criminal who belongs behind bars. My name is Amelia Kelly, and I, along with my co-counsel, Oliver Thompson, will be representing the people in this case. Our job is to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelly Roberts knowingly and unlawfully possessed oxycodone with the intent to sell it. Allow us to prove it to you all. To understand why Kelly Roberts is guilty, you first have to know what happened. Let us paint you a picture. Officer Flanagan and Officer Reeds are members of the New York Pornography Agency. On this particular day, they were staking out a common drug location, the corner of Chippewa and Franklin Street. After a bit, the officers observed Pillhead arrive. He appeared to be waiting for someone. Keep in mind that Pillhead is a well-known drug addict. 3 minutes after Pillhead arrives, Kelly Roberts shows up. With words being exchanged, the officer saw Pillhead taking out an item that looked like paper with a greenish color. Kelly then took out an envelope from his fanny pack. When Kelly pulled up his shirt to get the fanny pack, Officer Flanagan noticed something in his shirt that looked like a knife. The defendants will tell you that this was a friendly meeting between friends, but this isn't the case. To get a clearer view, Officer Flanagan moved slightly, and when he did, Pillhead noticed the officers. Once Kelly and Parker Peterson saw the officers, they ran in opposite directions, as any guilty person would. So Officer Flanagan and Officer Leeds, thinking on their feet, decided to pursue Kelly Roberts, who was moving in an easterly direction on Chippewa Street. Officer Flanagan decided to chase Kelly Roberts instead of Pillhead because Kelly was the one who provided the drugs. Pillhead was just the one buying them. Kelly managed to escape their sights for a bit, but was spotted going into what looked like a run-down, abandoned building. Officer Flanagan entered the seemingly abandoned building. One of the things he was worried about was that someone could be hurt if they were inside the building with Kelly. He had to act fast and decisively. Officer Flanagan opened the door to the apartment. When he got into the apartment, one of the first things that Flanagan noticed was that the window was open and Kelly was standing right next to it. When Flanagan was sure that there was no one else in danger or harm, he started to pat Kelly down for any weapons. When Flanagan was talking to Kelly, Kelly said that he had believed the officers to be robbers. But now we ask the question, why run from someone before they start chasing you, unless you know something else? As Pillhead ran, when he locked eyes with the undercover officers. Anyway, as Kelly was talking, the Officer Flanagan noticed something. It was an empty oxycodone bottle, just laying on the ground, in plain sight. When Flanagan picked it up and examined it, he read that it had once contained 200 pills. Kelly claimed that he had a party the night before, and someone just must have left them. At this point, Officer Leeds walked into the kitchen and told his partner that he heard the sound of a window opening and something dropping on the ground. When Flanagan went to the backyard, one of the first things he noticed was that directly across from Kelly's backyard, there was a daycare, and kids were running all over the place. Once he turned his focus back to the backyard, he found that directly beneath the kitchen window, there were pills and a gravity knife. After looking around more, he found a very large hole in the fence of Kelly Roberts' backyard. He then concluded that if a child wanted to, they could get into the backyard of Kelly Roberts and eat the oxycodone pills, thinking that they were merely candy. After this, Flanagan headed back inside and formally arrested Kelly Roberts for possession of a controlled substance in the 5th degree and a possession of a weapon in the 4th degree. Kelly Roberts is guilty of 2 things. The first thing is that he was in possession of a bottle of unprescribed oxycodone pills, which were in his apartment and were also found in his backyard after he tried to hide the evidence. Of course, Kelly claims that they aren't his. And someone just left them at his house. But why would someone just leave pills? Pills are hard to come by, and they can sell them for a decent amount of money, especially if there are 200 of them. The second thing that Kelly Roberts is guilty of is that he wanted to distribute these pills and sell them to make some money. As we know, he is out of a job at the moment and is strapped for cash. The prosecution will be calling 3 witnesses to the stand to establish these facts. Unfortunately, we are not able to call Officer Leeds to the stand at this time because he is in a coma from a recent injury. Then we will first call Bobby Flanagan to the stand. He will talk about his firsthand account of the situation. After Bobby Flanagan, we will call Leslie Mooney to the stand. He will give testimony about how he saw the pills fall out the window and give some background information on Kelly Roberts. Then finally, Jordan Taylor will talk about the effects of oxycodone and why they're dangerous. The defense will call Kelly Roberts to the stand. He will probably tell you that his meeting with Parker Peterson was a coincidental meeting between friends, and that the oxycodone pill bottle was left from a party from the previous night. However, if you look at the facts, it simply does not add up. The defense will also call Sam Doolittle to the stand. She will tell you that Kelly is a trustworthy person, and that she was just taking care of her kids. However, you will find that she is running a failing daycare business and is only trying to protect the business. She will do anything to keep that business going. Lastly, the defense will call Parker Peterson. He will tell you that he has overcome a previous drug addiction and that he met Kelly on the street corner by chance. If you look at the facts, though, you will find that Parker has relapsed before. Drugs have a very harsh impact on our society. Thousands of people die each year, and if we do not act to make sure drug dealers are not apprehended, this will continue to happen. After we call all of our witnesses and give our closing arguments, the jury will find Kelly Roberts guilty of possession of oxycodone and intent to distribute.
Defense, do you wish to give your opening statement now?
Yes.
Stand up.
Yes.
All right, anytime you answer a question from me, make sure you stand up. That's the protocol. I hope you in consent table. $100.
Today, I'm here to talk to you about August 15, 2015. On that day, there were multiple illegal searches, misconceptions, and lies. My client, Kelly Roberts, is being wrongfully accused of being in possession of illegal narcotics. I can assure you, he never did any of that. Kelly had never even possessed the drugs, so how could he have distributed something that he never even possessed? My name is Caleb Calvin, and I'm going to tell you more about these events. So you might be wondering, what even happened? On August 14, 2015, Kelly Roberts hosted a party at his apartment, 534 Pearl Street, in apartment number 4. There were dozens of people at this party, and it was very crowded. Many people at this party were smoking and taking illegal substances, including oxycodone. It was a mess of people and drugs, but my client, Kelly Roberts, was not taking part in these activities. One day later, on August 15th, Kelly Roberts was taking a walk down Chippewa Street to clear his head from the party. While walking down the street, he bumped into his old friend, Parker Peterson. Kelly Roberts retrieved a piece of paper to for Parker to write his phone number down on. Parker then pulled out a green pen and wrote his number. Nearby, Officer Flanagan and Officer Leeds were hiding in the bushes. The two police officers observed this exchange and incorrectly assumed that the friends were making a drug transaction. When Parker Peterson saw the two individuals in the bushes, who he did not know were police officers, watching him, he ran in fear of being robbed or injured. Kelly Roberts, startled by his friend unexpectedly running, ran off as well. To help you understand why somebody like Parker would run off like this, well, Parker is a dog walker, and he believed that the undercover officers were rival dog walkers that were trying to hurt him. When the officers pursued Kelly, they lost him after going around a few corners. The officers continued, and they looked and then saw what looked to be a man enter an apartment from around a quarter mile away. Both of the officers continued to the apartment building, Officer Leeds staying outside and Officer Flanagan going to the front door. The officer believed that there might be a hostage situation and did not consider the fact that the person entering the residence could have been the homeowner. Officer Flanagan went to the apartment door and started banging on it and screaming for my client to open the door. Kelly Roberts, still scared that the person outside could be a robber, decided that it was better not to open the door because Kelly didn't open the door. The officer broke down the door and performed an illegal entry of the apartment. He then detained my client and performed an illegal search, thus violating my client's Fourth Amendment rights. In this illegal search, Flanagan found an empty pill bottle and assumed it to be Kelly Roberts. Officer Leeds entered the apartment, then claiming that he heard a knife drop onto the grass from the other side of the building. The officers then asked if they could search the backyard. Kelly told them that he was not going to answer any of their questions and said that the officers were probably going to do whatever they wanted, even without his permission. The officers not only never received proper permission to search the backyard, they also never had reasonable suspicion to search in the first place. Officer Leeds could have heard any noise, but to be so specific as to hear a knife hit the grass that is well over a foot tall and from the other side of the house is very unlikely, to say the least. The prosecution has no reliable evidence to suggest that Kelly Roberts is guilty of criminal possession of a controlled substance in the 5th degree. My client did not knowingly or unlawfully possess oxycodone, let alone with the intent to sell. The evidence will show that Kelly Roberts had no idea that the pill bottle was there in his kitchen that evening, and he had a raging party on August 14th, 2015. Since he did not know that there was a pill bottle in his kitchen, how would he knowingly possess the pills? The officers cannot prove that Kelly was trying to sell drugs on the street corner. All he was doing was just catching up with an old friend. In addition, how would the officers be able to charge my client with intent to sell if they did not even know the contents of the envelope they claimed he possessed? First, on the prosecution, you will hear the arresting officer, Bobby Flanagan, who chased down my client, Kelly Roberts, to his house and smashed in his door and illegally searched my client's apartment. Officer Flanagan entered without a search warrant, as well as not trying to learn any information about whose apartment he was entering. He also searched the backyard with no warrant or permission. His actions that day were unlawful and unconstitutional. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury may believe that the pursuit was justified because of the officer's assumptions. But even if you believe that is the case, there's nothing to prove that the items found belong to my client. Then you'll hear from Leslie Mooney. Leslie is a neighbor and father of a former friend, Kelly Roberts. Who tragically, her child overdosed on drugs. Something to this day she blames Mr. Roberts for. Leslie claims that Mr. Roberts is the one who destroyed her son's life, when in reality, it was his fault and his fault only. Leslie is claiming that Kelly is a drug dealer when Leslie has no proof at all. She claims that she saw, and I quote, a person who looked like Kelly tossing some small items out of a window. But that would be almost impossible from her vantage point, which was down the street. With her documented poor vision and her colorblindness, she can't be certain of anything that she saw. Lastly, you'll hear Dr. Jordan Taylor confess that in a conversation with Leslie Mooney, Dr. Taylor stated that she would do anything to get illegal drugs off of the street. And does that include lying or misrepresenting the truth? You will then hear the defense. You will first hear from Kelly Roberts, the defendant. Kelly will tell you about being chased by the undercover cops all the way back to his residence. He'll tell you how these same cops broke into his apartment illegally and unconstitutionally searched it. Finally, Kelly will tell you how the drugs that were found were not his. Next, you'll hear from Parker Peterson. Parker would tell you how the drugs came from the party the night before, as there were illegal substances brought by others. Parker will also inform you how he and Kelly crossed paths unintentionally and were just catching up the day after the party. Finally, Parker will tell you how the two undercover cops scared him, and that is why he began to run. This led to the chain reaction, causing Kelly to run as well. Lastly, you'll hear from Sam Doolittle. She'll tell you how she was enjoying a picnic outside with her daycare kids when some commotion was going on in the apartments next door. Miss Doolittle had a direct view of the kitchen window and would have seen if anything was thrown out of the window. Miss Doolittle will also tell you about her experience with Kelly as a neighbor and how Leslie Mooney feels about herself and Kelly Roberts. After hearing the defendants, you will know with a guarantee that my client, Kelly Roberts, is not guilty of these charges.
All right, so prosecution, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes. Your Honor, we call Bobby Flanagan to the stand.
Officer Flanagan, do you swear to tell the truth?
Yeah.
There you go, so very easy, you know now it's over.
What's your full name?
Bobby Flanagan.
What is your occupation?
I'm an undercover police detective of the narcotics unit of the East Nirvana Police Department.
What is your education?
I'm a graduate of the Cattaraugus Programming University with a degree in data processing technology in 2010.
Now, why did you get that degree if you were planning on being a police officer?
See, I wasn't originally planning on being a police officer. I originally wanted to find a job in the computing industry, but I was unable to find one.
Now, what did you do after you were unable to find this job?
After I was unable to find this job, I had heard that the police department in my hometown was recruiting. So I applied, I went through the academy, and I became an officer in 2008.
When did you move to the narco unit?
I was promoted to detective in 2013, and that's when I made the move to the narco unit.
And what kind of training do you receive for a job like that?
The training to become a narcotics officer is quite extensive. We learn about all kinds of drugs, such as street concoctions and legitimate pharmaceutical products. We're also taught about drug addictions and treatment.
Do you have any field training?
Yeah, I do. We are taught proper stakeout procedures and how to handle violent drug dealers.
Are drugs a frequent problem in East Nirvana?
Yeah, they are. They're on the rise.
Have you read the work of Jordan Taylor?
Yes, I have.
What have you learned from her work?
I've learned the effects of powerful painkillers and how they can affect small children if they accidentally take them.
Now, where were you on the night of August 15th, 2015?
On August 15th, 2015, I was undercover staking out the street corner of Chippewa and Franklin Street.
Now, where exactly on the street corner were you?
We were about like 30 yards from the intersection, hiding behind a wide arborvitae bush.
What happened?
Um,
Go ahead.
in front of Chip Frank's shop line.
What happened first on that street corner?
At approximately 1:30, we saw Parker Peterson arrive at the street corner, and he appeared to be nervously waiting.
Can you explain to me who is Parker Peterson?
Parker Peterson is a well-known drug addict that is very familiar with us members of the narcotics unit. However, we have never been able to arrest him on possession of drugs.
What happened after on the street corner?
Approximately 3 minutes later, a person that we now know as Kelly Roberts arrived on the street corner, and they began to engage in conversation.
Now, what happened after the conversation?
Hillhead, Parker Peterson, pulled out some green paper from his back pocket, and Kelly Roberts pulled out a white envelope from his fanny pack.
What happened? Did they see you?
Not at first, but I tried to move to get a better look, and that's when Hillhead saw me. He shoved the money back into his pocket, and Robert shoved the envelope back into his fanny pack.
What happened after they saw you?
After they saw me, they took off running in separate directions.
Did you follow Kelly?
Yeah, we chose to follow Kelly because we thought he was the one that had the drugs on him.
Do you recognize this piece of evidence, Mr. Flanagan?
Yeah, I do.
Now, can you point exactly where Kelly ran? Oh, no. What is that piece of evidence?
It's a map of East Nirvana, New York.
Now, can you?
Now say your honor.
Oh, okay. Oh,
No, you're fine. That's why we're learning.
okay. Can we enter this into evidence, Your Honor?
Yes. Any objections to the map being in evidence? All right, so I'm gonna pull the map up for you, jury. So here's the map. Okay, so you can see. All right, you can go ahead.
Can you point exactly as to where Kelly ran?
So he ran easterly down Chippewa, then took a left onto Ellicott, and then a right onto Seneca. Now Kelly is very fast. We now know he was a track star in high school, so we temporarily lost sight of him, like at a distance of like a quarter of a mile. But then we regained sight of him on Pearl Street. We saw him enter an old building that appeared to be abandoned.
Now, I have another piece of evidence for you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the building that Roberts entered.
Can we enter this into evidence, Your Honor?
Any objections on the picture of the building?
Now, is this the building that Kelly entered?
Yeah, what?
Did anyone reside in this building?
Yeah, it appeared that only one person resided in the building because there was only one mailbox with a name on it, and all the other ones were busted. The one with the name on it was for apartment number 4.
Now, did you enter this building?
Yeah, I proceeded up the creaky steps to apartment number 4 and knocked on the door and asked Kelly to let me in.
And did you go in?
He didn't let me in at first, but I knew that squatters sometimes take up residence in abandoned buildings, and I also knew that drug dealers can be quite dangerous and carry handguns. So I knew that had I not acted quickly, someone could have been in danger. So yes, I entered the apartment.
So you entered the apartment believing someone was in danger?
Yeah, even though I didn't have a warrant, I knew that there was a possibility of someone being in immediate danger, so I crashed through the flimsy door.
Now, what happened once you entered the apartment?
Once I entered the apartment, I moved around carefully with my service revolver drawn. Once I got to the kitchen, I noticed Kelly Roberts standing next to the window with the window open and the screen pushed up.
I'd like you to look at this piece of evidence. Do you recognize this piece of evidence?
Yeah, that's the kitchen of the apartment.
Maybe enter this into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objections to the picture of the window?
Okay, what happened once you entered the kitchen?
Once I entered the kitchen, I identified myself as Officer Flanagan, and Kelly identified himself as Kelly Roberts. I now recognized this name from the mailbox, and I now knew that the person we were chasing resided in that apartment.
Was anyone else in the building with Kelly?
No, when I had asked if anyone else lived here, Kelly wisecracked, only you.
Now, where was your partner at this time? Did he enter the building with you?
Yeah, he did. He entered the building and had told me that he heard the sound of something hitting the grass and weeds in the backyard. He also told me he saw a bunch of unsupervised children having a picnic at the daycare next door with a gaping hole in the fence that they could easily step through.
Now, before we talk about the backyard, you asked questions to Kelly. Is that correct? Like you asked him some questions?
Oh, yeah. I had looked around the apartment to see if there was any weapons, and I noticed that there was a pill bottle there. So I had him sit down as I examined the pill bottle. On the pill bottle, there was 200. It showed that there was once 200 pills of oxycodone, and that there was no prescription on the bottle.
Did this bottle belong to Kelly Roberts?
No, when I asked him about it, he denied ownership and said that it must have been left there from the party on the night before.
And previously mentioned your partner coming to the building and telling you about the backyard. Did you decide to go to the backyard?
Yeah, I did. Knowing that there was, for 2 reasons. Knowing that there was unsupervised children that could be in immediate danger, and knowing that there was rain in the forecast that could wash away the evidence, I decided to act quickly and search the backyard.
Now, what happened once you got to the backyard?
Once I got to the backyard, I saw 20 pills of oxycodone, and I saw the daycare that Officer Leeds mentioned with a gaping hole in the fence and a bunch of unsupervised kids.
Why do you think that the gaping hole is important in this case?
Because the children could have easily stepped through and taken the pills, mistaking them to be candy, and just taking one of the pills for small children could prove fatal.
Now, what happened after you thought you had all of the pills and the knife in hand?
Once I thought I had all the pills, I had started to return to the apartment, but I was stopped by the daycare owner, Miss Sam Doolittle. I told her that it was a really good thing that I had found the pills before any of the children did, because just taking one of them could prove fatal. She was very concerned, though, that she might lose business, knowing that the parents knowing that they were having their kids in such proximity to a dangerous drug dealer. So she insisted that Kelly was a good person and that it was probably just someone else walking by.
Did you see anyone else besides Miss Doolittle?
Yeah, I did. Just as Miss Doolittle started to walk away, I was approached by a concerned citizen.
And what was he concerned about?
The concerned citizen identified himself as Leslie Mooney, the rear neighbor of Kelly Roberts, and he said that he saw, just before we started searching the backyard, he said he saw Kelly out of the kitchen window throwing some small objects into the yard.
Sorry, go ahead.
He saw the pills in my hand, and he was certain that the small objects he saw were the same pills in my hand. However, he did mention a slight blue-yellow color blindness.
Now, what happened after you talked to Mr. Mooney and Miss Doolittle?
It had started to rain.
Now, I'd like you to look at this piece of evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
It's the weather report for August 15th, 2015.
Your Honor, may we enter this into evidence?
Any objections to the weather report?
Now, what did your partner say about the weather?
So, earlier in the day, I recalled Officer Lee joking that we probably wouldn't see any drug dealers due to the impending rain.
And why does the rain matter in this case?
The rain matters because oxycodone is highly water soluble, which means it would dissolve if if we had not acted quickly. So we needed to act quickly.
Objection, improper lay witness opinion.
Explain.
I apologize, I said I meant improper expert opinion. You are not an expert when it
Are you
comes,
speaking, you addressed to me though, not to. You're fine.
the witness is providing information about the oxycodone pills when he is not an expert when it comes to these pills.
Do you have anything to add?
How can I say
I don't know. What, so you would say, so like, why would, so you would then argue back, like, why do you think Officer Flanagan would be qualified to make that? Like, why would he know about that?
Yeah. Officer Flanagan has training in the narco unit. So here's you.
Always address me.
Okay. He has training in drugs from his narco unit training, as we mentioned previously. Therefore, he probably knows that oxycodone is water soluble.
Yeah, that's a good objection, Megan. I'm gonna overrule it though, so I'm gonna allow it because of his training in narcotics, but that's good thinking on your feet. That is a good objection. It's just, I'm gonna overrule it though. You can go, continue.
What happened after the backyard and after the rain? Did you enter the apartment again?
Yeah, I did, and I asked Roberts about the 20 oxycodone pills, and he again denied ownership and asked for all further questions to be directed to his lawyer.
Now, because he denied the pill bottle and the knife, did you test for DNA or fingerprints?
Yeah, I did. Unfortunately, no discernible fingerprints were found on the knife or the pill bottle, so we dropped the weapon charges.
Okay, and you... Okay, so after you had him apprehended and you talked to him about the knife in the bottle, did anything happen afterward? No?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, you mentioned a man named Monk, is that correct?
Yeah, I did. He is a big-time drug dealer that me and other members of the narcotics unit have had our eye on for some time, and we believe that he is directly connected to the drugstore break-ins that have happened recently. One of the break-ins we believe to be Kelly Roberts.
And how is Monk directly connected to Kelly Roberts?
See, what big-time drug dealers like to do is they like to hire smaller sellers like Kelly Roberts, and if we can get Kelly Roberts to turn, then we can stop a lot of the drug problems in East Nevada.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You said,
Okay, oh yeah.
defense, would you like to cross-examine this witness? So before you go, Caleb, I'm gonna explain. So this is one thing I did not explain, so I'm just gonna do it now because I forgot. One of the issues of this case is the Fourth Amendment and illegal search and seizure. So Officer Flanagan did not have a search warrant. I think both parties can attest to that. What police officers can do is they can act in what is called exigent circumstances. So they can enter premises if they think that someone could be in danger, and then they can continue searching, like if other things could have happened. So for instance, like if you legitimately thought the kids were in danger, or that the rain could have washed away the oxycodone, then the search would then be illegal. If you thought that Officer Flanagan entered the building to save someone, or because he really thought that there was a hostage in there, then the search would be legal. Okay. If you don't find those things to be true, then the searches are illegal. We've never been in there, and then a lot of the stuff that happens because of it, we should never hear about. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's part of the thing you're thinking about, is whether or not the search was legal based on exigent circumstances. Okay, all right, continue.
Good morning, Officer Flanagan.
Morning.
All right, so on August 15th, 2015, you were hiding behind some bushes parallel to the corner of Chippewa and Franklin, correct?
Yeah, I was.
So you were about 30 yards away, correct?
Yes, I was.
So you saw Parker Peterson arrive 3 minutes before Kelly Roberts, correct?
Yep.
And you believe that they were trying to have a drug deal or drug transaction.
Yes.
So you testified that you observed a Kelly Roberts pull a envelope out of a fanny pack.
Yes.
So are you sure you could 100% decide that it was a envelope that he pulled out and wasn't a piece of paper?
Yeah.
You also testified that Parker Peterson had pulled out a green piece of paper. You were 100%, you believe 100% that that was a piece of paper?
Yeah, there's no way it was a pen.
All right. So you also believe that you saw a knife strapped to Kelly Roberts, correct?
Yes.
So from 90 feet, you believe you can see a knife that is pretty small in size?
Yes.
So whenever you made eye contact with Parker Peterson, he began to run, correct?
Yes, he did.
And Kelly Roberts ran shortly after, correct?
Yeah, he did.
So you and Officer Leeds lost Kelly Roberts after a few corners, correct?
Yeah, he was very fast.
So you observed a man enter a apartment building from around a quarter mile away, correct?
Yeah, I did.
And you were 100% sure that that was your suspect entering the apartment building?
Yes, I was.
So whenever you went up to the apartment door, you asked for him to come outside, correct? Or to unlock the door for you, correct?
I did.
And he did not open the door for you, correct?
No, I did not.
So you decided that it was best to knock down the door and enter the apartment?
Yeah, I thought someone could have been in danger.
Okay. So you also said, or also testified, that drug dealers normally carry firearms. Is that correct?
Yep.
How are you 100% sure that he is a drug dealer?
Not 100% sure.
So does that give you proper, does that make you believe that he 100% has a weapon and there could be a hostage situation inside?
Yes, but I already saw the knife.
So whenever you entered the apartment building, you observed an open window, correct?
Yes, I did.
You also went and detained my suspect in the back of his apartment, correct?
I did.
And you found a empty pill bottle on the floor of the kitchen, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And shortly after, Officer Leeds came inside of the apartment and said that he heard a creaky window open and a knife hit the grass in the backyard.
Yeah, he said he heard something hit the grass in the yard.
So did you have a search warrant to search his apartment?
No, I did not, but I thought someone could have been in danger.
And did you go ahead with the search in the backyard?
Yeah, I did. I, again, believe the kids could have been in danger.
And you didn't have a search warrant, to clarify?
I did not have a search warrant, no.
Okay. So whenever you,
Objection, ask and answer.
this,
Ask the question twice.
the first time was for the apartment. I was going over to make sure that he did not have a search warrant for the apartment. And then I asked after I had brought up the backyard.
Your Honor, I'm not talking about the apartment and the backyard, but you'd rather ask the backyard question twice.
Okay, can we move on from the backyard question? Let's satisfy, like, like that same question. You can ask more questions about the backyard.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll sustain it. It makes sense, but we'll just, so move on. Okay.
So you searched for fingerprints on the oxycodone bottle and the knife, correct?
Yeah, the friends clapped it.
And you did not find DNA on the knife or the pill bottle, is that correct?
No discernible fingerprints were found.
Objection, compound. You cannot ask two questions in one. He asked about the knife and the bottle.
I'll sustain, can you rephrase?
Yes. So you did not find fingerprints on the knife, is that correct?
No, there were no discernible fingerprints.
And the charge for the knife was dropped, correct?
It was.
And you also found no fingerprints on the pill bottle, is that correct?
Yeah, there were no discernible fingerprints on the pill bottle either.
But that charge was gone through with, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so, so while you and Officer Leeds were outside, somebody by the name of Leslie Mooney approached you, is that correct?
Yeah, he did.
And he came up to you and said that that he saw a man throw small items out of a window. Is that correct?
Yeah, he said he saw Kelly Roberts throw some small items out of his kitchen window.
Did you ever go to observe the window to see if he had a direct view to Kelly Roberts' window?
No, I did not, but he was pretty sure that he saw Kelly throw some small objects.
So to wrap things up, you did not have a search warrant whenever searching the backyard and the kitchen,
No, but in both cases, I thought someone could have been in danger.
and you believe that Kelly Roberts was in knowingly possession of the pill bottle and pills?
Yes.
Okay.
So back to the interaction with Parker Peterson and Kelly Roberts, you stated that it appeared that there was an envelope that Kelly Roberts pulled out.
Yeah.
But further on, when you were at Kelly Roberts' apartment, you never said anything about an envelope again, right?
No.
So then, if there is no, then, so if you never brought up the envelope again, then, so if you never brought up the envelope again, then no idea where the envelope went, correct?
Object. That's her question.
So you did not find the supposed envelope that was supposedly full of drugs?
No, I didn't see the envelope.
Other questions?
Do you have any redirect?
No.
No? All right, you may step down, Officer Flanagan.
The prosecution would like to call Jordan Taylor.
Is this Dr. Jordan?
Dr. Jordan.
Doctor? Gonna tell the truth? All right. Doctor will be truthful.
Okay, and
I am Dr. Joyce.
what do you do, Dr. Jordan Taylor?
I've been a senior chemist at the Bonner County Forensic Laboratory since 2000.
And is this your first time in court?
No, I've testified many times in various law enforcement, including the FBI, New York State Police, East Nirvana Sheriff's Department, and the Bonner County Police Department.
And where did you go to college?
I went to Cornell University, Sunny Albany, and Buffalo College in Pharmacy.
And what did you major in at college?
I majored in chemical engineering at Cornell and forensic science at Sunny Albany.
What kind
We received many cases involving pain prescription medications, many of them recently being oxycodone.
And would you say that calories would be restricted on update calories?
Yes, I have.
And what has been the drug that's caused most of these calories?
Frequently oxycodone.
And did you guys receive anything from Kelly Roberts' apartment?
Yes, we received an empty pill bottle which used to contain 200 oxycodone tablets, 20 loose pills, a gravity knife, and a photograph of a chain link fence with a hole in it.
And regarding this pill bottle, did you find anything on it?
We searched for fingerprints, but we did not find any fingerprints on the pill bottle nor the gravity knife.
And did you guys also receive a hole in the fence, a picture of a hole in the fence?
Yes, we did.
What color were these oxycodone tablets?
They were yellow.
And and has your laboratory ever done research on oxycodone stuff like this?
Yes, we have.
And could you elaborate on these pills?
Our laboratory confirmed that these 20 loose pills were oxycodone, all 10 milligrams.
And didn't your laboratory also receive a picture of this fence that's right next to a daycare? That a daycare right next to these where these pills are dropped? Do you recognize the picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
What is it?
It is a picture of the chain link fence with a hole in it.
Can we enter it into evidence?
Can we enter this picture into evidence?
Do you have any objections to the hole in the fence? Okay. So I'll pull up the picture of the hole in the fence and then you can ask questions. All right, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Jerry, that's a fence with a hole in it.
Okay.
There you go.
And we say if children got a hold of these pills, would you say if children got a hold of these pills, it'd be harmful to them?
Yes, it was.
And do you think it was reasonable for these officers to search the house without a warrant?
Yes, because due to the poor weather conditions and the hole in the fence, these oxycodone pills could have dissolved later in the day, or the children could have died.
And have you ever met Mr. Lefebvre?
I have. He came to my office.
What did you guys discuss?
We discussed that Kelly Roberts has shown this behavior before, saying that Kelly Roberts sold his son hydrocodone and caused a drug overdose. He then thanked me for getting drugs off the streets of the town.
No further questions.
Would you like to cross-examine this witness?
it's true that you and Leslie Mooney had a conversation regarding the sun.
Yes, we did.
And during this conversation, you also talked about your work on protecting children from using substances.
Yeah.
And you said that you would do all that you could to illegally on substances. And using sin is therefore technically that also needs to be anything.
Yeah.
And you would go to the extent of not giving the truth.
No.
You said that you would do anything. Anything because whatever you physically can do. Are you trying to tell us that you didn't? I'm sorry. So therefore you are telling us that you physically cannot lie.
I will not lie in court.
That is. I did not ask if you were willing to lie. I asked if you physically could lie. That is the question I said that the question I asked is that you were saying that you physically cannot lie.
Objection, asked and answered. She asked the same question.
I think, I think what we're trying to get at, I think Megan's trying to ask, like, are you capable of lying? And, I guess anybody can be capable of lying. I think Dr. Taylor's saying, do not lie under court and oath. So I think, like, your point's come across, Megan, like you're saying, you think she can lie. She's saying she's not gonna lie. You're not gonna get her to admit she's lying, so I would move on to the next question. We'll go with that, okay? Can we all stipulate to those facts?
Now, you talked about how the pills that were found in the rubber yard were fast acting, right?
Yes.
And you also talked about how there was a hole in the fence.
Yes, there was.
And you talked about how children consuming illegal substances is harmful.
Yes, there is.
So therefore, if you talk about those three things that have no relevance specifically to trying to incriminate Kelly Roberts, then why are you even here? No further questions. Your Honor,
Do you have redirect?
we do not have redirect at this time.
You may step down there.
I don't know.
Your Honor, the prosecution like to call Mr. Leslie Mooney.
Leslie Mooney. How are your eyes today? What color is this?
My name is Leslie Mooney.
Where did you go to college?
Well, I attended Northwestern University's McGill School of Journalism.
What is your occupation?
Well, currently I work a part-time job at a store called Upcycled Threads. These sell vintage clothing. How Larry and I get by.
And what did you do before that?
I started as a local reporter in Rockford, Illinois, and I grew in popularity. So then I decided to move to Seattle, and after a lot of hard work, I became a news anchor at a channel called NNNC.
And do you have any family?
Yes, I do. I had a wife, but we're now divorced, and I have a son. His name is Larry. He's currently grown, and he currently lives with me.
And how did this divorce affect Larry?
Happened when he was 13. became withdrawn and depressed afterwards.
And then what happened with Larry?
Well, and it happened in his junior year. Larry, who keep in mind had always been a straight A student up to this point, started hanging out with a bad crowd, and his grades began to suffer. He even started hanging out with Kelly Roberts. He always used to go to Kelly's party and come back smelling like marijuana.
And so who do you know Kelly Roberts as?
I know Kelly Roberts as a drug dealer. His parents never seemed to have any money, but he always had plenty. There was a big problem in Larry's junior year with kids doing hydrocodone and heroin, and I'm sure that Kelly was behind the epidemic.
And have you seen Kelly since Larry's overdose?
Since the overdose. Okay. Yes, I have. And in the schools of Larry, in the halls of Larry's old school, I saw Kelly when I was picking up some books. I yelled, "That's my dying day." I would do anything to get drug dealers that came off the street. I regret saying that now.
So you blame Kelly for Larry's overdose?
Yes, I do. Larry went to Kelly's 4th of July party in 2010, and he overdosed on hydrocodone. I'll never forget that moment when I heard the news, and Larry was never the same afterwards. He's just.
Well, will you let your past with Kelly Roberts affect your truthfulness in court today?
No, I won't. Even though I don't like drug dealers, I would never lie in court.
And how has Larry been since his overdose?
Larry, he's been doing a bit better. He's been able to get his GED and even take some college classes, but he still has lasting effects like cognitive defects, seizures, and he tires easily. This is all Kelly's fault.
And how have you been since Larry's overdose?
I haven't been doing as well. I've had to quit my job at NNNC to take care of Larry, and it's just been a difficult time for me.
This is truly unfortunate.
Yes, it is.
And what were you doing on the night of August 15th, 2015?
So on that day,
Kate Benoit to the main office, please. Kate Benoit to the main office.
Okay, so I was in my room going through my old anchor clothes, preparing to give them away. When I looked out my rear window to see if it had started raining. I heard about the forecast it was supposed to rain today. That day, I mean.
And then what happened?
Well, out the window, I saw a person similar in appearance to Kelly throwing some small round objects out of the window.
And this is your house, correct?
Correct.
Let's pull up
I think there's numbers on it.
yeah, so why don't you tell the jury what number is with?
Okay, so if you would look at the map, number 3 is Mr. Roberts' apartment building, and number 5 is my building. As you can see, I have a pretty clear view of Kelly's rear window.
And what did you see Kelly throw out this window?
Some small round objects. I have a slight case of yellow-blue color blindness, but the pills kind of look white to me.
Then what happened?
So a few minutes later, I saw some officers appear in Kelly's backyard. I immediately ran down to tell them what I had seen. They said that they had found 20 oxycodone pills and a gravity knife in the backyard. They showed it to me, and I recognized it immediately.
And what did you guys talk about in the conversation you had with these officers?
I talked. They just showed me the oxycodone and the pills and the gravity knife, and I said I recognized them.
And do you believe it was fair for these officers to go and search Kelly's house without a warrant?
Yes, I do actually, because there was a forecast that was supposed to rain that day, and if it wasn't for these swift acting officers, that all the evidence would have been washed away. There was also a daycare right next to Kelly's backyard with a hole in the fence. These officers could have saved these children's lives.
thanks to their swift decision making.
And what does the rain have to do with anything?
Well, I learned that during Larry's treatment of the oxycodone, I learned that it's easily dissolvable in water.
So do you think that Kelly Roberts is guilty of the crime he's charged with?
Yes, I do, because Kelly has shown his behavior of drug dealing in the past, and yes. And I also saw him throw the pills out the window.
Further questions?
Cross-examination. Here we go.
So your son Larry started hanging out with Kelly Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And you believe Kelly Roberts was part of a popular clique?
Yes, he was.
And you have a slight color blindness, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also have bad vision?
Yeah, but I was wearing my contacts that day.
And your house. Oh. So your house is over 100 feet away from Kelly's house, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you claim you saw him throw tiny pills out the window?
I did see it.
And your son went to Kelly Roberts' parties, correct?
Correct.
And he came home from his party smelling like marijuana?
Yes, he did.
But you don't know who gave him the drugs, is that correct?
It was Kelly's party, but I don't know who gave him the drugs.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Any regrets?
There was a bottle of Coke found in the party department after the night after the party. Do you believe that the pill could have been Kelly?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's the same, disregard that, that was beyond the scope of cross, they didn't bring that up. They didn't bring that up on cross-examination at all. There was nothing about the pills in the apartment that you can't have about it.
No, I did not. You mentioned he came home from Kelly's party smelling like marijuana, is that correct?
Yes.
And you also mentioned that it was Kelly's party.
Yes.
Do you think that Kelly would know if there were drugs at the party?
I feel like he would.
Do you think that if there were pills at Kelly's party and Kelly did not go to police about it, do you think that he was also he knew that the pills were there?
Yes, if he didn't know that the pills were there and he didn't do anything, even if he didn't get the pills to Larry, he's just as guilty.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down, Mr. Mooney. All right, so does the prosecution rest?
Yes.
Okay. So we will take a 5-minute recess. I was gonna try and tell you, okay, so, I mean, it doesn't really matter now. What I was trying to say is they had a lack of foundation, which is why Maverick was like we didn't know anything about the the overdose. And they're like, what happened after the drug overdose? And I'm like, we didn't even hear about the drug overdose, right? So, but all you would have had to do is lay the foundation for that. So like, what happened with your son? Well, after one of the parties, he had an overdose. Okay, well, what happened? And then you know what I'm talking about? Okay, all right. It is 9:36. We will be back at 9:40. So 4 minutes, like a passing period.
The door's locked, so if you actually want people to watch this, you need to unlock the door.
Oh, I don't lock the door.
I had to have a principal let me in.
I can like dummy it down. I did much better. All right, hurry up.
You are so
You need a break, you get a break.
Oh, no,
Huh? Currently we have 16 viewers, and I've been having to do play-by-play this whole time, and basically nobody seems to care. I asked a question earlier because they kept having, like, there was stomping and stuff in passing period, and the audio system kept, like, kind of, like, flickering a little bit, so I asked, I was like, can you guys do it? This is all right? And literally nobody answered.
They might be watching.
Although I do know that Caleb and I can't see
Yeah, I rescheduled my new computer install for this.
Oh, really?
I knocked on the door and everyone ignored me, so I went and got Amy and made her open
Oh,
it.
I didn't hear it.
I mean, I know you're in the middle of it, but like, I was like, how am I supposed to get in?
No, I did not mess up the questions. Me and my mother studied your questions. I'm like, where's my phone?
when they switched lawyers halfway through the redirect, that it was so hard because I was typing like the play-by-play, and then I had to type again. By the time that I actually said Amelia Kelly is redirect, it was like already like into recess.
That was very. I did not know.
Andrew, the stressful life of a stenographer. However, shall you do it?
You're doing good. Does anybody no one's asking questions or anything?
No, I did say like, can you all actually hear the witnesses because there's all the stopping and stuff during passing period, but nobody answered. So.
You think if they couldn't hear it, is it Zoom?
No, it's YouTube.
That was gonna say with Zoom, if they couldn't hear, they'd probably put it in the chat. On YouTube?
There's a chat.
There's okay. So far, so good? Right? So, yeah, they were all really nervous, so I was like, I'm really going to watch this.
You look like yeah.
You said objection, wait, never mind.
No,
Oliver, you should have like gelled your hair and put in a hair tie.
Go away. You always have to your house.
Oh my God, this is
Cameron said audio has been fine, no
That's
problems.
his dad.
Oh,
Him and his dad have the same name.
That's
Hey,
why.
Connor and I are in charge of media. Okay.
Ellie.
My mom's still on. Yeah, I think everybody.
You got the perfect, perfect.
No.
It's working. No failure.
Yeah.
That was not true. She said it an hour ago. Yeah, no, she's hey, Miss Peterson. She's on right now.
I'm gonna object to
Gosh. Audio's been fine, no problem. It's been an hour and 14 minutes.
Wait, how long have it been?
An hour and 14 minutes. It says audio's been fine, no problems. Okay, that's good.
All right, 2 more minutes. I'm gonna run bed.
Yeah, audio. Okay, no. So no problem. That's
I don't know. Y'all are so interested in the live stream.
You can watch it on your phone.
You need a haircut? You need a haircut. We're going to be watching a live stream of you up there asking questions.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you actually said that.
We're having so much fun sitting over here, just typing people's names.
Yeah, basically. I have elbow room over here rather than jury.
You have elbow room.
I have that.
That's something I don't have. I'm stuck in between Oliver's hair flips. They have. I was counting them. It was 65. So excessive.
So, whenever the camera would see his hair, like when it was doing the hair flips, it wouldn't like render the hair moving. It would just be a big blob, and then it would be in the back.
Wait a minute. The trials and recess to arrange a we're supposed to be working on closing statements.
Kelly Roberts. Wow, 564 Pearl Street, apartment number 4. Yes.
What is Caleb doing? Okay. Caleb's just doing.
What? You already did it to me.
No, say the trial's back in session. We are now back in session. Or yeah, you just say the trial is back in session. Period. I hate one of those. Bad.
All right, order. All right, so we will reconvene now. We will start with the prosecution side now. Okay. Before we officially get started, do we have any questions about what has gone on or about procedure or anything like that? So far so good. If I were you, just as lawyers, I'm not saying you cannot utilize your resources. I just don't want you going back all the time. So if you kind of lose your train of thought, it's okay to go back and check a couple of times. Okay, because I'd rather the evidence get out than you to just kind of freeze and just say, "Oh, I'm done now." Okay, so let your team help you, and then make sure everybody's following along. Okay, and we want to do. We talked about it in class and doing a good job of summarizing the main points that you want to get out there after each witness. Yeah. All right. Defense, will you call your first witness?
Defense calls Kelly Roberts.
Kelly Roberts. We've heard a lot about Kelly Roberts so far today. Brian put the hair for you.
Touchdown.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Kelly. Oh, I'm unknown. So, what is your name?
Kelly Roberts.
And where do you live?
I live at 534 Pearl Street, apartment number 4, East Nirvana, New York.
Who is the landlord for your building?
I actually own the place where I live.
How did you get the building?
Well, I got it as a gift from my grandfather, but he passed away in 2013.
And what do you do for work?
I'm currently between jobs, but I plan on being employed at the House Depot after this gets behind me.
You know somebody called Monk, correct?
Yes, I do.
And what do you do for Monk?
I deliver packages for him now and then. He has trouble walking.
And do you know that people believe that he is a drug dealer?
Yes, unfortunately I do, but I don't believe the rumors.
So, if there were to ever be drugs in the packages that you deliver for him, would you know about these?
No, of course not.
So, moving on, what is your educational background?
I didn't finish high school because I was expelled for talking back to my assistant principal.
And who were your friends while you were in high school?
I was a popular track athlete, so everybody wants to be my friend, including Larry Mooney.
Well, who's Larry Mooney?
He is just a lost boy. He nearly overdosed on drugs back in our high school days.
So do you know his father, Leslie Mooney?
I do.
And what do you think about Leslie Mooney?
I think Leslie is a very interesting person. He is like kind of a creep, and he has a bias against me because he holds me responsible for what happened to Larry.
So what did you do after you were expelled from high school?
Since I'm a determined and motivated person, I went back and earned my GED in 2014.
All right, so moving on. What happened on August 15th, 2015 at around 1:30 p.m.?
I was going for a walk when I saw my friend Pillhead on the street corner, and I met up with him. We just talked.
Do you know that the prosecution is trying to say that you were having a drug transaction with Parker Peterson?
I do know that.
So you were just meeting up, or you just bumped into each other?
Yes.
So he took off while you two were talking, correct?
Yeah, we went to exchange phone numbers and we ran.
So do you know why he ran?
Well, I wasn't quite sure, but it frightened me, so I ran too.
So the only reason you ran is because he ran?
Yes.
So where did you run to?
I ran all the way back to my apartment.
And what did you do once you got back to your apartment?
Well, I thought I was good, so I went into the back of my apartment, opened up my window, and got some fresh air after my run.
Did anything else happen after you opened your window to get some fresh air?
Well, I heard banging on the door of my apartment, and then that scared me, so I just waited to see who it was.
Well, what happened after the banging occurred?
I didn't let them in, so the person barged through my door with a gun pointed at me.
Did the person identify themselves?
Yes, they called themselves Officer Flanagan, and he went to pat me down to see if I had anything on me.
Well, did they search you?
Yes, they did.
Was anything found on you?
No, nothing was found on my person, but Officer Flanagan spotted a pill bottle in the kitchen.
So did they search your whole apartment?
Yes, without proper permission, they did search the apartment.
And did they ever say to you that they had a search warrant to search your apartment?
No.
So what happened after he found the pill bottle? Did any events occur after that?
Well, he was beginning to ask me if he could search the backyard when his partner, Officer Leeds, came running through the door, huffing and puffing. Officer Leeds said that he had somehow heard a knife-like object drop into the grass.
And what did you feel about this statement that Officer Leeds said?
I think it's pretty impressive that someone can hear the sound of a knife falling into grass. I can't hear that.
So did they go through and search your backyard?
They did search my backyard.
Did they find anything in your backyard?
Yeah, they found a knife and 20 pills of oxycodone.
Were those pills yours?
No, of course not.
Was the knife yours?
No.
So to wrap things up, you didn't knowingly possess these pills and pill bottle that was found in your apartment?
Of course not. No.
And did you ever try to distribute drugs to anybody else?
No.
All right.
Okay, so back to the pill bottle. Do you know where the pill bottle came from?
I had never seen it before, so I assumed it was from the party the night before.
So you did not knowingly have the bottle?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Would you like to cross-examine this?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Roberts, you aren't currently employed, are you? I'm not. And one reason it is hard for you to find a job is because you didn't graduate high school.
That could be a reason.
And you dropped out. And did you drop out of high school?
No, I was expelled.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Is it true that you dropped out of high school after being expelled for 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And you were and you were suspended for 2 weeks because you mouthed off the principal, correct? And because of this, it makes it hard for you to find jobs, right?
Kind of.
And now you were employed as a cashier, correct?
Yes.
But you were fired, right?
Yep.
And you were fired because you showed up late to work on a number of occasions, correct?
Well, I called in sick, but the guy who did the phone, he never said anything about it.
Okay. So you were fired.
Yes.
And it's because you don't have a stable job. You pick up side jobs, correct?
Yep.
And you pick up side jobs from a man named Monk, right?
Yes.
And you deliver packages for this man.
Yes.
And you claim not to know what's in these packages, right?
Yes.
But have you heard that he is a drug dealer?
I have heard that.
And you've never asked him what's in these packages?
No, it's not my business to know.
And you've never looked in these packages?
Not my business.
But you maybe can possibly assume what are in these packages. But I digress, maybe you don't assume what's in these packages. But you don't care, do you?
Nope.
You just want to make a quick buck?
Yep.
Now I want to turn to these parties that you hold at your house. You've stated that there are illegal substances at these parties, is that correct?
Now and then.
And you are also aware that pills were found in your backyard.
I am aware.
But these people at your parties, they take drugs, right?
Yep.
They don't throw drugs in your backyard.
They take them in the backyard.
But they don't throw them, do they?
No.
That's what I thought. What's next?
Good.
After the party. Shut up. Okay, let's backtrack. When you saw Parker on the street corner, you just wanted to catch up with an old friend, correct?
Yes.
You just wanted to talk to him?
Mm-hmm.
Now, were you surprised when he started to run?
Yeah.
Were you so surprised that you looked back behind you to see who was running after you? Is that right?
I guess.
And you saw 2 men coming after you, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you saw the 2 men coming after you, you also decided to run, right?
Yeah.
But instead of following Pillhead, you decided to run in the opposite direction, right?
Yeah.
So you guys effectively split up from each other?
Yes.
Now, when you got to your apartment, you went to the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to the window?
Yeah, I needed some air.
Did you open said window?
Yep.
So you were telling the members of this jury that after being chased and possibly running for your life, the first thing you decide to do when you get home is open a window and not do something like call the police?
The police were after me.
You did not know that until he identified himself, though, in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Now, you are aware that he searched your backyard, correct?
I am aware.
And you're aware that he found oxycodone pills.
Yes.
Now, are you also aware that the pills are found directly under the window that you had just opened?
No.
Okay. He also searched your apartment. And in your apartment, he found an unprescribed bottle of oxycodone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you seen this bottle before you found it?
No.
Even though that the bottle was on the floor right next to the window that you had just opened when you got inside?
I had not seen the bottle.
But you had just found the window, hadn't you?
Yeah. I don't look down when I walk.
I don't know, if you were running for your life, you might want to look at your feet. Anything else? No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect if this witness.
So whenever you returned to your apartment and opened the window, all you were doing was just getting fresh air, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever throw anything out of that window?
No.
You might step down. The jury will refrain from speaking to the people in the case. Yep. Dylan's in contempt. Get the contempt corner over there. He's gotta go sit in the corner.
Can we put him in there for laughing?
Demerits.
A lot of people were laughing.
I don't know, I was up there and I just looked at him.
Like Ryan got the line in the deck. Look at my feet when I walk. All right. Call your next witness.
It was clearly needed.
All right, here we go, Parker. I didn't have to couple. Are you gonna tell the truth, Parker?
Of course. Why
Of course.
wouldn't I?
There you go.
What is your full name? My full name is Parker Peterson. How old are you? I am currently 20 years old. Where do you live? I live at 454 Marigold Street, apartment 2, East Nirvana, New York. What do you do for a living? I do not have a stable job exactly, but I did do dog walking and to make money.
How do you know the defendant?
Me and Kelly were good friends in high school. He was a year above me, though.
Did Mr. Roberts ever take illegal substances?
No, he was never that type of person.
Did you ever take illegal substances?
Yes, I did.
What illegal substances did you take?
I sadly took oxycodone and heroin.
Why did you start?
During high school, well, I got into a car accident, broke multiple ribs and bones. I got hooked on the painkillers. Those painkillers were oxycodone.
What year was this?
This was in the year of 2012.
You had a hard time in high school.
Yes, I did have a hard time.
Were you able to graduate though?
Yes, I was in the graduating class of 2013.
Back to the illegal substances. How did you stop taking them?
I went to rehab.
What year was this?
This was in the year of 2014.
Have you ever relapsed?
Yes, sadly I have.
When was this?
This was in the year 2015, early 2015.
Did you go back to rehab after this?
Yes, I'm glad to say that I did.
When was this?
This was during the May of 2015.
Were you taking illegal substances during the time of this case?
No, I'm not.
Are you still taking the illegal substances?
No.
Now I'd like to talk about something. Have you ever identified with another name or nickname?
Yes, I have identified with another nickname.
What is this nickname?
This nickname is Hillhead.
How did you obtain this nickname?
When I was a child, I had an ovaline shaped. It was shaped like a pill.
Does this nickname have anything to do with your previous addictions?
No, and if it did, and anyone associated with that, I would not know of it.
I'd like to direct your attention to the night of August 14, 2015. Did anything happen that night? Was it a party?
Yes, a party did happen that night.
Where was this party?
This party was at 534 Pearl Street, apartment 2, East Nirvana, New York. I say apartment 2 as in I meant apartment 4.
Are you aware that this is the address of Kelly Roberts?
On that night, I did not know of that.
Did you see Mr. Roberts at the party?
No, I did not see Kelly Roberts at that party.
What were you doing?
I stayed near the DJ the entire time. I'm helping with the music. The music was nice.
Is there a possibility that there could have been illegal substances at this party?
Well, yes, it was a big party. There are a lot of people there, so it is a possibility.
How did you wake up the next morning?
I woke up at 11 a.m. inside my home.
Did you leave the house that day?
Yes, I did leave the house that day.
Where did you go?
I went to the music supply store on Maple Street.
What did you go to get?
I went to go get Moon gel pads for my drum, since I had run out.
What time was this?
This was around 1 p.m.
Did anything happen on your way back?
Yes, I ran into Kelly Roberts on my way back.
Was this a planned interaction?
No, this interaction was not planned.
Did Mr. Roberts grab anything?
Yes, he grabbed something out of his pocket.
What was it that he grabbed?
He grabbed a slip of paper.
Did you grab anything?
Yes, I did grab something.
What did you grab?
I grabbed a pen, one that I had from a hotel a while ago.
Now, what color was this pen?
This pen was one of many the shades of green.
Is there a possibility that from a distance this pen could have been mistaken for money?
Yes, that would be a possibility.
What were you going to do with the pen?
I was going to write down on my number for Kelly Roberts so we could talk later.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Yes, when I looked across the street, I made eye contact with someone in the bushes.
What did you do after you saw this person?
After I saw this person, and I ran in the opposite direction.
Why did you run?
I ran away because there have been these rival dog walkers that have always been telling me that they were going to put me in my place whenever they got the chance.
You've been dealing with these rival dog walkers for a while.
Yes, I have.
Were you aware these people were cops?
I was not aware that these people were cops at that time.
Do you know these two cops?
Yes, I do. These two have been harassing me for quite some time.
At the time, were you aware that Kelly Roberts was arrested?
At that time, no, but I did figure this out later on.
Are you aware that the prosecution believes that the two of you had a planned interaction to sell drugs?
Yes, I am aware of that.
What do you say to this?
I say that would be incorrect because as me and Kelly Roberts had no form of communication whatsoever or until that very day.
Are you aware that they also plan to use your past addiction as evidence that you'd be trying to obtain more?
Yes, I am aware of that.
What do you say to this?
I said that would be incorrect because I have been into rehab multiple times and any drugs that I have ever touched have been prescription since.
No further questions.
You want to cross-examine?
Yes, that is a true statement.
Has there's been an accident in your life that has caused you to take certain drugs?
Yes.
And you were addicted to those drugs after you stopped taking prescription?
Yes, that is correct.
And your drug dealer was Monk, correct?
Yes, Monk. That was his street name.
Alright, did you always get drugs from Monk?
Yes, he was my primary dealer.
And on the day of August 15th, 2015, you went out from your house and went to go meet Kelly Roberts? Or went to go get some drugs?
Yes, that is correct.
And you met Kelly Roberts?
Yes, we ran into each other on Chippewa Street.
And you were at his party the night before?
Yes, that is correct.
And there were drugs at that party?
It's not guaranteed, but it is a possibility.
And at that party, there was the kind of drugs you were addicted to, correct?
No, because, well, not that I know of. I never, or seen that. And I stayed near the DJ the entire time.
It was just a friendly interaction there, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then Kelly pulled something out of his fanny pack,
Yes, that is correct.
and you pulled something out of your pocket.
Yes, that is also correct.
And then two cops started chasing you guys, correct?
Yes, but at that time, both of us were not aware they were cops.
Well, what were you running from then?
Simple. Oh, I thought they were rival dog walkers. They kept saying that they would put me in my place, so I ran for my own protection.
Is it true that you have relapsed in the past?
Yes, that is correct.
So at this party, you claim that you saw no drugs whatsoever.
Yes, that is correct.
But you also say you only stayed in the DJ's booth.
Yes.
So is it possible that from the DJ's booth, you possibly saw someone on the other side of the house taking drugs? Is that possible? Even if you did stay in the
Yes.
So would you say that since you have a history of relapsing, it is possible that you can relapse now?
Objection, character evidence. You're using his past addiction as something that he would do again, even though it is not going to happen.
We are establishing a pattern of behavior for Pillhead.
But Pillhead's not on trial. So what? But it's Mr. Peterson.
Pillhead, thank you.
That's not.
I mean, I think we don't really need an answer, right? You're just asserting that you think it's plausible
Mhm.
that Mr. Peterson could have seen drugs, which could have led to him relapsing.
Yes.
Thus ending in the meeting on the street corner.
Yes, to get drugs
Are we
on the
okay
street
with
corner.
that is their argument? We don't need Mr. Peterson to answer the question? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Hey, you got read us?
You had some relapse. When was this?
This one was in the early years of 2015.
What month did you have the interaction with Kelly Roberts? It's true that you and Kelly Roberts had the interaction during August, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when did you go to rehab for this relapse?
I went in the May of 2015.
How many, I understand that this might take a couple seconds, but how many months is it between May and August?
Yeah.
You said 4 months, right?
Yes.
So, just to confirm, there was a 3-month gap between your relapse and his case?
Yes, that is correct.
No further questions.
We will take care of it, right? High level there, Are you gonna tell us?
What is your name?
My name is Sam Zulu.
And how old are you?
I'm 42.
Where do you live?
I live in East Nevada at 536 Grove Street.
What do you do for a living?
I own and operate the mobile tax center for child delinquency.
Why did you feel the need to open your business?
I was tired of people treating children like incompetent pets.
Do you have training in child development?
I do. I went to college.
What did you go to college for?
I got a double degree in business entrepreneurship and child development.
When did you graduate college?
I graduated in 1998.
How do you know Kelly Roberts?
Kelly's my neighbor.
Is he a good neighbor?
I would say so, other than the occasional loud music or late parties.
Do you recall knowing anything of the night of August 14th?
Kelly was having a party that night.
How many people were at this party?
I would say I saw about 30 people outside smoking and doing stuff.
They were smoking and doing drugs?
Yeah, and they were playing beer pong too.
And you direct your attention to August 15th at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon. Where were you at this time?
I was sitting outside in my lawn chair having a picnic.
Can you see Kelly Roberts' house from this chair?
I can. I have a direct view of his window.
Did you ever see him throw anything out the window?
No, I would have seen if he did.
So you never saw him throw anything out the window?
That's correct.
What is your relationship with Leslie Mooney?
Leslie is my neighbor, and he's kind of like annoying. He's like complains all the time.
Have you ever had any problems with him?
Yeah, one time he yelled at one of my kids.
Do you remember what he yelled at your kids for?
They were playing cricket, and he hit the ball at Leslie's house.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
That's a hole in my fence.
Can we put this into evidence?
Yeah, we already did it.
Oh.
You guys need to see the hole with, things around it.
Why haven't you fixed this? Holding fence.
I feel like it's not really my issue, and I'm watching these kids the whole time, and if I had the choice, I wouldn't even put the fence there.
So the other side might think the fence is a problem. What would you say to that?
I say that, I'm watching these kids 100% of the time. I would see if they were trying to climb out of it.
So could you agree that the fence could be a slight problem?
Not really, because I would see if they were trying to climb out of it.
Can you tell me about the organization of your daycare?
I think it's pretty good.
I believe you got a letter from Child Family Services, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you recognize this?
Objection?
What?
That's a leading question.
What is?
Did you receive this letter?
That's not what she said.
That's a yes or no question.
That's not. Oh, yeah, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
Just rephrase the question.
Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is this?
That is a letter that I received from Child and Family Services.
Can we put this into evidence?
Do you have any objection to the letter being in evidence?
No.
Here's the letter. Go ahead.
What was in this letter?
They were talking about some so-called deficiencies with my daycare.
Can you tell me about these so-called deficiencies?
They were talking about some paint and plaster peeling and a space heater in my daycare and the hole in the fence.
Where's the location of your business?
I'm located in East Nirvana.
Do you think this is a safe location for your business?
I do.
How do you know Parker Peterson?
Parker is the kid that comes around asking to walk my dog, even though I keep telling him I don't have a dog. Oh, and I left him with my kids once because I had to run some errands, and I feel like everybody should be trusted. Like, everybody deserves a chance. And when I came back, I found him in a drum circle with all the kids learning rhythm exercises. It was very sweet.
Do you think Parker Peterson is a trustworthy person?
I do. He taught my kids some good lessons.
Have you seen anything that shows the relationship between Kelly and Mooney?
Not really. I try not to be too nosy of a neighbor, so I don't really pay attention, but I think something happened with Leslie's son and Kelly.
Can you explain what happened?
I don't really know. I try not to be too nosy.
So Kelly and Millie don't get along very well.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Yes.
Do you recall there being officers at the scene?
Yeah, there were two.
Do you recall talking to Officer Flanagan?
Yeah, he was very, very rude.
How was he rude to you?
He came up into my face, pointed at me, and he's like, "It's going to rain." Like, I just insulted his mother or something, and I mean, it was a beautiful day outside, so I don't know why he would say that.
So it was a nice day?
Yeah, it was perfect.
Do you recall forecast at all for today?
Yeah, I checked it that morning, and it wasn't supposed to rain until multiple hours later at 5 p.m.
So you would agree there could be... So do you think there could be plenty of time for a search warrant?
I do. I mean, it was a perfect day outside, so I don't see why not.
So to wrap this all up, you think this is a safe location for your business?
I do.
And you think that Parker Peterson is a trustworthy person?
Very.
And you have a direct view of Kelly Roberts' window, and you never saw him throw anything out the window?
That's correct.
No further. No, wait.
On night of August 14th, did you see? On the night of August 14th, did you see Kelly Roberts participating in the activities in his backyard?
No, I didn't. I didn't see him outside, so I didn't see him fixing anything.
No further questions.
Question.
Go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, I did. You were in daycare in Savannah? I do. And do you like the building that you're daycare in? Yeah, I do.
Now, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Did you receive this letter?
Yes.
And in this letter, it asks you to change a couple things about your property. It asks you to change the peeling paint and plaster inside of your building. It asks you to install a space heater in the main part of the building. And finally, it asks you to fix the hole in the fence around the backyard.
Objection, compound question.
I think, I'm gonna overrule, I think they're kind of like questions. I see what you're getting, they're just going to the rest.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just please give the witness time to respond to these questions.
Does the letter say those things?
Not completely. They were complaining about the portable electric space heater.
Okay, so the space heater. Mm-hmm. Did you fix these things?
No.
Do you not think that social services is correct?
I think that those things aren't really they aren't that important.
So you don't trust that social services just wants to ensure the safety of your children?
I think my children are completely safe.
Okay. I'd now like you to look at this photo right here. You recognize this photo?
I do. It's already
Do you see the hole right there in that fence, correct? Do you think that a child could reach through that hole?
Not really.
So a child can reach their arm through the hole?
I mean, they could reach it, but what are they going to do?
Well, if anything is dangerous on the other side, I mean, it could be harmful to them. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't fix this hole, right?
I didn't.
Even after social services told you to?
Yeah.
Why do you need it?
I'd also like to mention that the hole is not drawn to scale. So even if you don't think that the child can reach through it in that photo, it is still possible in real Would you say that? Now, do you like the location of your daycare?
I do.
Now, some people might say it's sketchy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But you don't think so, right? But has your location caused you to lose customers on some occasions?
Yeah, a couple.
And are some of these instances people walking through the backyard, obscene graffiti,
Yeah.
and finally drug operations being busted while you were in session?
Yeah.
Now, are you aware that you are living and running a daycare in a highly known drug area?
I think that it's a pretty safe area, honestly.
I don't. Do you ever consider that it might be harmful to the children if they ever get their hands on these drugs?
I mean, if they did, but how would they do that?
Possibly through the hole in the fence. You never know. Now, I'd like to talk about Kelly Roberts. Kelly Roberts is your neighbor, correct?
That's correct.
Would you say he's a good man? And how many times have you met him?
Just a couple.
Would you say that is enough times to decide if he's a good man or not?
Yeah.
Now, he's looked after your kids at the daycare, correct?
Not Kelly, but okay.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Peterson, sorry. I'm sorry. I messed up. Now, Kelly, these parties that he holds, have you heard them? Do you find them disruptive at times?
A little bit, but it's late at night, only after everybody's went home,
But it is still disruptive to you since you live in that building.
every once in a while.
Yeah. Are there illegal drugs at these parties?
I've seen a few people outside taking some drugs.
Isn't it true that if your daycare has any more violations and incidents, it could be shut down?
Yeah, I guess.
And couldn't you not wanting the business to be shut down maybe bias today with the court?
No, not really. I think that if I think.
But it's true that you would benefit from Clay Roberts not being found guilty.
I mean, I guess.
No further questions.
Okay.
Okay, so they talked about the parents leaving or you losing customers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do you feel about these parents leaving?
I feel like they have the right to leave if they want, but I think that not really.
And what kind of things have they left for?
Just some graffiti and some like people walking through already together.
No further questions, Joan.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. So it is 10:25 right now. Oh, there's a door closed. Someone go open that door, please.
Lydia's got it.
We need to prop the door open.
I think the first teacher knows. Dr. Ridley.
Hey, just prop it open, Zach, please. All right, hey, listen, while they're coming in, you guys will now take 10 minutes. And then you are going to type, so you'll have a computer, type your closing statement. They're much shorter. You are hitting on, real quick, listen, you are hitting on the main pieces of evidence that you feel like the jury needs to know about why Kelly is guilty or not guilty. You can recap people's testimony, you can add in stuff you want to forget about, but usually, it's not like this, usually there's themes you want to hit on that you think in listening to trial were the most important things. Include everything, it's usually 1 or 2 paragraphs, takes about a minute to read, so you get about, we'll call it, we'll reconvene at 10:40. That's 14 minutes. You get write it, and then we'll read the closing statement. You guys can go take a break if you want to. Okay? You guys, witnesses help. What? I just say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you heard testimony today that should say that Kelly Roberts was guilty of this crime. Here's why. Yes.
Wait, what about?
You guys walked in, right at the end. They're going to give their closing statements in a minute.
Yeah, go to the other side. Wait, how long do we have?
13 minutes.
It's really good. Yeah, I just want
I would have witnesses and everything help them too. Hey guys, where are you going? Where are you guys going? Hey, 6th graders, come back and sit down.
Why do you feel like
Hey, 6th graders, come back and sit down. I told you that's what I need to do. I need to You guys can talk right now because they're not doing anything. I I knew, knowing you were with us, if I was not always
I don't know why. How old is he?
Oh, I know you kind of forgot.
No, because you know how.
If you didn't know about the case, yeah, I know yours was probably shorter than
Wait, no, that was Bezos.
Now, I don't know about anything else, but I'm saying, like, for me, part of what makes it worth it is, if I look at you, what I think is witnessing a crime and I'm chasing you, just because you make it to your house doesn't mean you're okay. Well, you win the chase.
Maybe I was building. Maybe this one. That's why I'm here. I got here around 7 o'clock.
Fine, I'll restart.
I would leave at 6.
How's life?
Oh yeah, now the milkshake.
Well, when we were in 8th grade, that'll have to be the defendant.
Wait, can you explain?
What's the crime? Drug dealing.
Oh yeah. Can you explain it to me? Not Lily's late big thing. I was so Have you ever ate
The short of it is the defendant was seen in what the police officer described as creating a drug deal on a street corner. He ran away after they noticed the police officer was there, chased him to an apartment where they found an empty bottle of drugs and then drugs laying in the ground outside of the apartment, but never really in possession of Kelly.
And he was selling couch.
Did you get chapstick? You feel better?
It's powder sugar.
Yeah, but no, it's first.
I mean, I guess hypothetically, you could fire your lawyers. But you know what they say about
I don't know. You're a Blue Jays fan?
The game whenever.
Blue Jays never actually.
Yeah, I don't know what.
That doesn't mean they're good.
Oh, you got a picture of you in the live?
It is so hard to play so
Are you Dylan's little brother? Your brother can be.
It was musical chairs, not corrupt.
Your brother,
Get it right. Oh my God, it's Parker. Okay, you have to be precise. Corruption can happen a number of ways. Tyrannical gets it.
yes, that was correct.
Megan did it.
Tyrannical.
Unless the whole, instead of the whole, yeah. Because it's one of us, because if Lucas did Hey, no one.
You can't even tip Dominic.
It's because he's putting all his butt You want to know what
You got 3 minutes, we'll start.
I would be wearing
He was Alex. He's a snapbacker. He's a snapbacker. Joe, you never crazy.
Let's see.
Read the body.
How do you
Don't
see
ask
the
about the top part.
All right, let's go back.
You're a man of the Brianna. That is our job.
Hi, Jeff.
All right, so the prosecution will deliver their closing statement. Okay, and then the defense will deliver theirs. Actually, no, let me, give me 1 second.
Well, I think sometimes I think the prosecution. Yeah.
You guys already have the microphone, so I think you guys. It doesn't matter. We could run through the test to defend, correct?
Usually the prosecution makes the first call.
Usually.
Run up, that's what we're doing. Let's go.
We could have checked the court.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today you heard why Kelly Roberts is guilty of these crimes. Not only is Kelly Roberts guilty of possession of drugs, he intended to sell it and endanger children in the process of doing so. Kelly is a sneaky, conniving criminal and belongs behind bars.
Yes? Okay, thank you.
First, we called Bobby Flanagan to the stand. He testified about how he saw the drug transaction going down and how when he entered the building and he found unprescribed pills at Kelly Roberts' residence. Based on the amount of 200 pills, that Kelly Roberts could not have used all of those for personal use and was intending to sell them. Then we called witness Jordan Taylor, and she talked about how the officers needed to act fast so the drugs would not, and the evidence would not get destroyed. Lastly, you heard from Leslie Mooney, who's an eyewitness and saw the drugs fall from the window and gave background about how this is a pattern of behavior and how Kelly has done stuff like this in the past. On the other side, there's a witness, Sam Doolittle, who was not supervising the kids, therefore could not have seen drugs fall out of the window. As for Kelly Roberts, how did he not see the pill bottle even though it was right in the kitchen, right next to where he was working? And Kelly Roberts is guilty of possession of a drug in the 5th degree and intent to sell.
All right, defense, would you like to give your closing arguments?
Yes, we would.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have listened to officers admit to searching the interior and exterior without a search warrant. You have heard Leslie Mooney, who gave unclear and biased information about what was being thrown out the window and who threw it. Are you really going to believe someone with poor vision and colorblindness? You have also heard from Dr. Jordan Taylor. Taylor will do anything to get drugs off the street, and does that include lying? You have also heard from Officer Flanagan, a rude undercover cop who busted into Kelly's apartment without a warrant. Let's be honest. We know that Kelly had no knowledge of the pills found in his apartment and that he didn't possess these drugs, and it would be impossible for him to distribute these drugs. And there's no evidence to support him being actually distributing them. We are sure that you will find my client not guilty of the charges. Thank you.
Okay, so.
Dang.
Here I have just the picture of the year.
I'm gonna magic house when they touch you like magnetic ball.
So here's what we're gonna do now, jury. So while they take a break real quick, you will go and reconvene. If you want, you can go back in the room or you just go back in here. I want you to just, and it doesn't have to be unanimous, but you can talk about what you want, whether it's guilt or not guilt. Things you gotta consider. One, unlawfully and unknowingly, unlawfully and knowingly possessing the drugs and intending to distribute those drugs. Okay, you also got to consider the search warrant, the lack of a search warrant. You got to conclude like, I was thinking about it too, is officer witnessed something they thought was a crime, chase them just because you make it to your house. Does that mean they have to get a search warrant? Like, you win the race because you make it inside your own doors. You got to think about that, and then think about the exigent circumstances of the kids. Whether they thought if you believe Officer Flanagan thought there was someone in danger there, whether the kids were in danger of the pills, and whether that led to not having a search warrant and violating those rights. So you got to take that into consideration. And then whether those pills Kelly Roberts knew about and possessed, and then intended to sell them to Parker Peterson or intended to sell them to someone else that day. If you find all those things, then you will find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which Eric talked about in our chat of like, you can place whatever percentage on it you want. Most people usually say it's 90, 95, 99%, whatever. Sure that person's guilty. Okay. So when you're back there, you can elect a jury foreperson who will announce the verdict.
No.
Okay, you guys will elect it when you're back there, and then all vote. And then before you tell any of them, I don't want it because I want them to be surprised when we say the verdict. You'll tell me what the verdict is, tell me who's going to say it, and then you can tell me how many voted one way or the other. Now, I'd like you to try and get as close to unanimous as you could, but we don't have time to do actual jury deliberations. We got like 5 minutes. All right? Yes? When we get a verdict, I'll tell you what I think. Yeah. Andrew?
When the jury is in their like kind of meeting time, any chance you could present that picture that you took of Oliver to the webcam?
Are they wondering?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. He said it, so we need. He said that there was a good picture. Okay.
Oh yeah, wait, are they part of the jury?
Sure.
Technically.
Here's the picture of Oliver. Mid-hair flip.
Oh, I have one too.
There's at least one
Yes,
hundred.
I'll tell you though, when you come back. I'll tell you. Would you say your wife needs to-
Yeah, I wanted to anyway. I was gonna ask
They're in the
that.
office, just grab them and bring them.
About 2 minutes. I was sitting there.
You know what, Maya? You're kicked out. Maya.
Lily's skipping school today. Maya, you're kicking out. So that was one and a half days. I did have colors though. You had I did. I did say I said they were Judge. We knew we could talk Jackson. Judge Texas is the most respected judge in the country. Yes. No. Are you a judge?
Yes. No, maybe.
So I don't know.
Oh, I said new things. We're not able to give you things.
We have our verdict.
They were not.
I have a C in math because I didn't turn in my math assignment one more time. You do realize that 10 people just heard you say that you have a C in math, right? Yeah, they did. Hello, live stream. Did you hear me say that? I should probably return that.
Who's on it?
It doesn't specifically say. We have 8 members right now, though. Yo, who all's watching the live stream right now?
All right, here we go. Let's reconvene. We'll get our verdict.
Hey, guys, I'll try for you. Don't celebrate.
Okay. I'm getting a bad glare from these lights. I can't see when you turn. It's raining. Derek.
Sam. Oh, 101.
All right, is everybody here? Sam, come on. All right, order. All right, will the defendant please rise? And attorneys rise with him. You rise too. All of you. All the attorneys.
Oh, okay.
You stay seated. You guys can stay seated. Okay, so you stand up too, Dylan. So in the case of the People versus Kelly Roberts on the charge of possession in the 5th degree, how do you find?
In the case of the People versus Kelly Roberts for possession in the 5th degree, we find the defendant not guilty.
False.
So hold on, we will reflect more. Sit down. Okay, I'll tell you what I think. You know, after hearing you guys in class, you know, I was pretty sure in my mind that I was thinking it was going to be not guilty. I actually really teetered after hearing the case because you guys did some really good connections that I didn't even know you were going to make in the case. You know, I think for me, and I don't know, you guys can speak to this too. I think for me, this case kind of revolves around where you place reasonable doubt. Because in my mind, I am pretty sure that Kelly Roberts is guilty of something, right? Like, oh, I just opened the window. Oh, there's drugs were there from the huge party I had last night. Oh, yeah, I ran because, you know, Parker ran. I don't know. You know, all of that stuff is like, circumstantial evidence. What gets you, right, is that I think the envelope not being found was a big deal. The pill bottle being emptying on the ground after a big party where everybody agrees there was a big party, even your side agrees there was a party there the night before, right? Because, so, you know, we have all that, so thank you. I would have struggled. I almost think I would have voted guilty with all of that. Like if I was in that jury room, it would have taken some, we would have had some deliberations. So I don't know how you want to take that. Like, I think Kelly Roberts is guilty. I don't know that Kelly Roberts is guilty.
So what would you move?
So you vote guilty.
If it was a bench trial, I would vote guilty. Would you guys say that I was accurate in what I was saying? Was that what was going through your mind? Who
It was 10 to 2.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You guys, so they didn't have, I called, they didn't have bacon. So I got an extra pepperoni and an extra sausage for you bacon people that wanted bacon. So I apologize. I said I wanted bacon. They're like, we can't give you bacon. I don't know if the cost of bacon has gone up, I guess. I don't know, but like they said we can't do bacon. I didn't ask why.
That is a crime.
You can,
we need to have a trial like that.
3 pieces, you can start at 3 pieces. If you only want 2, that's fine. We have 9 pizzas between the 22 people eating. Or no, it's only 20 people eating. If you have your own food, you go get that. Andrew, you gotta go get a drink, yes?
Yes.
Okay, will you grab my 2 bottles of Coke out
Yeah.
there too? So there's plates, napkins, you can spread out, eat wherever. We will start at 11:20. So you got 25 minutes.
We got I don't guarantee you.
Yeah, there is cheese.
Hey.
Thank you.
Here, let's just sit at this back so we can pull up chairs.
We did not win. Mr. Peterson.
Who's
I just said that. It was slightly colored by this.
Hey, can you see me?
Yeah.
Do you not? It just smells like.
Hey, my fault. So we won.
Can you like stop? Can you stop being suggestive? Like it's getting really weird.
That's false.
It is. Yes. First, Jay, now my brother.
I wanted to pull this up. Here, I'll show this.
So here is Kelly's house. Here is Leslie's house.
I was thinking,
This is Jay's one. That open space is filled with another apartment building. She can even see to his apartment.
Yes.
And D.
Pronouns are.
No,
I know his name's just like they tried to make the names gender neutral. Addison, but Kelly.
Oh, yeah, for your desk.
Brian was not that bad.
Very bad.
I'm scared. She was as long as I decided. What?
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm gonna read through my witness statement
What's
one more
that?
time. Every just improper.
It's like,
I don't even know my order of paper. Do you know exactly what yours said?
Yeah, really?
It is, I know, process is not as if it would be. It's mostly the.
oh, except for him.
What?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, some cross was not, some really can't have much of a cross, like ours has to be.
Need to train that kid.
Hey Natalie, come up here.
Yeah. That was funny, wasn't it?
If Mr. Pearson says that, that means we get back.
That's not really better. Especially to everyone.
No, that is.
We don't collect ourselves.
Yeah, exactly, so we portrayed the evidence on our side. Better than
What?
using.
Who?
Portrayed the evidence.
We won the trial.
What?
Except for me.
It's kind of nice.
I feel
If you
like
like many other ones.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was bad.
Oh my god. Damn.
I know, oh my gosh, harder,
Harder.
harder, that was so mean.
There wasn't even hesitation.
That was funny, but it was.
though.
Sam, you're also not kind of saying that about Grace.
So we're not.
I have no opinion on Haley.
No, yeah, that one was low ball.
Bro. So bad. Sam, you are an awful person.
I mean, I don't have an opinion.
All of them.
I know.
What?
I think the main thing.
Sam, maybe you're looking at what
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
His
they're-
perception is clouded because he's low quality. Does that mean they're extra low quality? Yeah. No, they're high quality. You just don't know.
Why are you? You guys, do you have rides home? Or are you taking the bus?
I am.
See,
I'm the missing piece, the one.
She's not.
You did last year.
I couldn't take that.
I
Just wait for today.
Oh, shit.
I've seen pictures, but I haven't actually seen it. Wait, Sam, what? What did you say?
Oh, wait, wait.
I don't.
Today?
What?
Sam, get a meter. Sam, how is she coming?
No, this should be that.
I'm picking her up. Did she go to the thing or the trial?
Oh,
I thought you meant the trial.
Like she's coming here. I'm like, what?
I'm changing my attitude. And then you remember the comment that Mr. Pearson was telling you about the guy who answered the question about you and the lady in the crowd was dressed like that, you're not.
He's bad.
She'd say the same thing. What are you doing?
I'm the last witness.
First life, look at her house and dip it in the.
I'm the last witness. I'm the last witness of the last trial of the.
Oh my god.
I'm the last witness of the last
Sam, you
trial
do it
of the
yourself?
defense, so I'm going to be the very last. I'm the very last.
But that's good for you because you have preparation. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's for
Don't
send you guys pics.
No.
Oh, wait, can I send? I have live photos and videos. I might, honestly, you would just maybe see. Stop the camera, like, okay, take the angle. Put your toes together.
What mine?
I got rid
Anyway.
Sam is a fish caught in
Out
color.
of these two toes, I like have like this, I can do this.
No, there's just 2 hours to get on the Facebook, bro.
Look at those things.
Yeah, no, his search history.
No!
There would be literally nothing in his search history. That's how bad it would be.
Bro, is there people say like men are bad at Sam, like, when it comes to like the search history, like it's or I guess for you too. You know, watch your mouth. No, let's go get your Wattpad.
What? I don't know what that is. Now my search history is
That is so smart. Holy cow.
What?
I'm so cool.
Huh?
I was just amazed and then so confused.
About what?
He put cinnamon. He put
I know.
cinnamon on
Stop talking about
apples.
Dylan's feet.
And then you do it.
What? Okay, let's talk about your feet. We are not talking about my feet. I bet you said eyes of feet.
Look at Dylan's feet.
Isaac, don't lie.
He's
to
got
us.
some grip.
And make sure that if you found 3 pieces already, does anybody else want 3 pieces that hasn't got 3?
No.
You and
Isaac, do you swear to tell the whole truth, or the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
No one else
So
wants
help you God.
Here's a hat shot. It's like a flat.
You turned into a vacuum cleaner.
Oh no, you do it.
I'm still in here selling a vacuum cleaner with a squeaky toy.
Stop yelling stuff.
That's how it really.
Am I allowed to get a board? Send me the pictures
No.
immediately.
No.
Send me your pictures immediately. Isaac, have you ever sent you book kids?
Yes. Eliza, it's Eliza.
He said he wouldn't tell the truth, which means that he could be lying about that. Yeah. I'm not even gonna lie. I've sent an email to so many different people. They're not even real. They were prescription. They're people like that. No, yeah. So there was this guy at the park, and I just asked him for his number so I could get his feet.
Yes,
Oh, he was like 30.
Doesn't make it better.
I'm a
Yeah,
doctor.
I got Riz for a 30-year-old.
Eli has
So much Riz.
I know.
No, I've sent Zach a foot pic. I think I've sent Haley a foot pic.
Eli has riz me up. And
Sam, you sent Haley here back. You don't know that. Oh,
I
really?
do, Sam. I'm in
Do you remember the guy who sent
Sam.
the foot pic to
Sam, you're so
Obama?
bad at riz. Sam, you can't riz me up. Eli's so much better.
No,
at
this
rizzing me up.
dude straight up mailed, like, he printed out a foot pic and mailed it to him.
Don't grab that. No.
Forgot my hand was framed. Bro, I was
Grab my thigh.
I'd pin that up on my wall.
What?
A foot pic.
Why?
Obama got mailed a foot pic.
Okay. Hey guys, just so
Okay.
you know, the live stream is right now.
Oh! It's muted, right? No. Ah. It was about to mute it.
Oh, it wasn't muted?
How many
Yeah,
We
it's
should
been
probably
muted.
restart it. Has
No.
it just been streaming this entire time?
Yeah. We don't
Okay.
need to restart.
Aaron Peterson
you
has
guys
a
got-
magnificent picture of Oliver's.
You guys have this stream. Or you guys have the stream.
Wait. I can do it.
Are you guys managing?
Do you know everyone's first and last name?
I'm sitting right here. Oh, this is my.
Here, if you could like write me out a list.
I know everyone's first name, not I don't know everyone's last name.
Well, where do I write that even?
Put in the okay. Okay. We'll find someone else to do it because it's the defense won the jury, but Mr. Peterson said that it was.
Wait, do you guys have like a split?
Yeah. Okay, maybe we should get someone who knows people's names. Okay, I'll find someone
Parker. I get like a Dylan.
What?
It's a split.
All right, let's take our seats. Like this.
Yeah, he is.
Over here, fence over here. Goodbye, Emma. We're not in a hurry.
You guys
I think we
Wait, how long did you start?
Jack, you gonna run it?
I don't know people's last names. Is there a list of that?
What? You're about to hear. You're gonna hear the opening statement, so you'll know what happened.
I can do it. I just need to like have people's last name.
No, I know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can see if someone else wants to do it that knows everybody's names, but.
We're still waiting on like
I mean, I know first names. I just don't know last names.
But I need.
How
That's
could
okay.
anyone here knows their last name?
I think people do. I mean, you did. Use first name.
Huh?
Just use first name.
Okay.
That sounds very familiar. Chips, fish, pockets. We don't ever use names. Do we need anybody need a bathroom break or anything before we go?
Mr. Pearson.
We still have 4. We're gonna start in 4 minutes.
What? Hold on, Lydia. Lydia, I just tried to see you speak. Move there, Alex. Move there. So no, wait, no, Lydia.
Lydia, Hannah, Lydia? No, that's Lydia. Sam.
All right, we're just waiting a couple more minutes for people to finish up their break, and then we'll roll.
Carter, Jay, Dylan. Andrew.
Everybody here? I think everybody is here. All right, people. So, all right. So in this case, we have Heaney Potter versus Renlow, right? Yeah, the plaintiff is Heaney Potter, which is the Addison Heaney Potter and the other one. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you have today is a case where Mr. Renlow, played by Carter, has been gifted $10 million in a will out of a trust of Estelle Heaney Potter, the mother of Addison, which is played by Eli. In the previous will, the balance of $20 million was left to all of the kids. As a follow-up to that, right before Estelle died, or soon before she died, she changed her will to include Mr. Renlow in the will as getting half of that money. In that money, Renlow is charged with taking care of Estelle's pets and upkeep of the giant mansion that she lived in and now Renlow lives in. Okay, so the plaintiff is suing Mr. Renlow for the remaining of the money that's left, saying a couple things. So this is what you are trying to discern. One, if it is found that Mr. Renlow manipulated, like psychologically, Estelle Heaney Potter into placing him into the will, then you will find the will null and void. It would revert back to the previous will, which you'll hear about, which had the kids listed as the heirs, right? The second thing is there is a law of how, if it is drawn to include pets, certain laws and stipulations must be followed. And if those are not followed, then you would find in the case of them too, and it would revert back because he would lose. Hey, jury, listen. You're not going to pay attention. You got to listen to the trial. I get it. I'm Miss Prater. Did you do a mock trial?
I don't think I did.
They didn't do it at Sager when you left me for 8th grade. We're still bitter about it, right? So you'll have that too, where you will decide whether or not Mr. Renlow is abiding by the law. If he is not abiding by the law, then it could revert back to the old will too. And then your final charge would be if you think that the will is excessive, meaning $10 million is not needed, but maybe some other number is needed, then you can stipulate to that fact too. So maybe there was no manipulation, maybe there was no breaking of the law that surrounds wills and pets, but maybe you find the money to be excessive, then you could also take that into consideration as well. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. So the first two, though, would basically nullify the current will and revert back to the kids. That all make sense? Any questions about it? Okay. All right, so you guys go first. Let me get my formal setup going. Okay. They went first. You go first.
Lydia?
Not right now. Let me hide my Coke Zero bottle. court, we have the case, civil case of the lawsuit of Heaney Potter versus Renlow, in the case of manipulating and misusage of funds from a will. So the plaintiff side, are you ready for your opening statement?
Yes.
It's not that much.
Picture this, a bank with millions of dollars, no security, and no connections to anything else. Wouldn't you rob this bank? There's no one to tell you to stop, no one to catch you, and if you do it right, you could end up with a fortune. This was Riley Renlow's mindset when he met Estelle Heaney Potter. Riley saw an easy target, almost impossible to resist, one with multitudes of funds. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Lydia Walker. I am here to tell you a story of manipulation, greed, of opportunity, and wrongly placed trust. Estelle Heaney Potter lived in Summer Hills, Illinois. She had received a large sum of money from her deceased husband and had founded a cafe where you could also adopt pets, called the Animal Cafe. Riley Renlow was an employee of the Animal Cafe, and the two met one day when Estelle expressed that she wanted to adopt two of the animals residing in the cafe. Riley enforced the rule of the Animal Cafe that if you want to adopt, you have to visit more than once to be sure you're ready to adopt the animal. At this point, Riley didn't know of Estelle's riches or that she was the founder of the Animal Cafe, but once he did find out about her riches, he was hooked. He wormed his way into Estelle's life, forming a friendship when really he was only in it for the end result, Estelle writing him into her will. Her will states that Riley inherits a salary of $100,000 a year for caring for these pets, which will come from the $10 million given to him for upkeep of the house and care of these pets. Please note that Estelle did not pamper her animals, and she treated them as the animals she knew they were. These pets are not used to being pampered, and Riley recognizes that, yet his salary still remains extreme. The mansion and its outbuildings are also given to Riley for upkeep until the last original animal covered by the will dies. But Riley is doing more than upkeep, as you will see. He is also building a pool house. This is ludicrous considering building a pool house is not upkeep in any way, and the trust only covers the preservation of the current state of the house and its outbuildings. Building a pool house in no way falls under maintenance or upkeep. The Animal Trust Act will show that although a trust for animals is valid, if the money given to their care is deemed excessive, the will can be changed accordingly. It will also make clear that the money given through this will must be only used in the expressed way the will describes. This, along with the last written will of Estelle Heaney Potter, demonstrates that Riley, by fostering animals not included in the will in Estelle's mansion, is breaking the explicit boundaries of the will, misusing her powers as trustee. Riley fostering animals in the home using the money intended to care for Estelle's pets is a clear violation of the will. It is clearly not an intent of the will, and if Estelle wanted Riley to have this ability to foster in her home, she could have easily included it in the will. Our first witness to come to the stand will be Addison Heaney Potter. He will show you how Riley is going against the express wishes of Estelle's will, both through the pool house and by housing fostered animals not covered in the will in Estelle's house. And Wynne Robinson, a retired nanny of the Potters, will tell you how easily Estelle could be influenced if it meant peace in our household. This weakness of Estelle's was evident in Addison's testimony, and it will be apparent in Wynne's as well. Our last witness will be Ellis McKay, a psychologist who works in Summer Hills. Ellis will confirm that if someone is repeatedly told a phrase like, "Don't worry, I will take care of it," they will eventually believe it. This method was very likely what convinced Estelle to trust Riley and was the basis of their relationship. Then you will meet and hear the defense. They will tell you that because Estelle had a terrible relationship with her kids, there would be no reason to trust them more than Riley. They will say that Riley's action in the mansion and pool house are justified, though they are not, and the trust of $10 million is not extreme. However, the evidence will show that this is clearly not the case. Finally, you will listen to hear the closing arguments, after which we know you will be convinced that Riley Renlow is in the wrong and the money should be transferred to Estelle's children. You will have no doubts that the amount that has been given to the pets is extravagant and excessive. Riley Renlow manipulated Estelle Heaney Potter into giving her riches away.
After Estelle's death, Riley misused the money given to her through the will by adding to the property and continues to abuse the power given to him through the will by fostering animals on Estelle's property. If Riley is allowed to continue, what will keep him from bringing additional animals into the home? Even if you don't believe there was manipulation, all you have to believe is that the money given through the will was excessive and that Riley is breaking the will through the pool house and fostered animals. If you find any of or all of these to be true, as we know you will, then the will is either legally null and void or the amounts given through it must be altered. These things are all present in this case, but you only have to believe us on one of them. Thank you.
Defense, do you wish to give your opening statement?
Yeah. Your Honor, members of the jury, my name is Brianna Sates, and my co-counsel and I will be representing the defendant in this case, Riley Renner. Estelle Potter left most of her inheritance to her two dogs and the rest of her pets, along with Riley Renlow. Over time, Estelle Potter and Riley Renlow formed a bond that was not only work-related, but also a genuine friendship. The plaintiff's side is trying to argue that Riley manipulated Estelle to add him to the will, but this couldn't be further from the truth. The reason Riley was put into the will was because the bond that Estelle and her children lacked, Riley made up for. They never cared about her endeavors or how she lived her life. Even when they visited the animal cafe, they only considered this visit a necessary ordeal to try and win Estelle's favor. Unlike the plaintiff's side, we have actual evidence to prove that Estelle Potter's choice to put Riley in the will was valid. In 2005, Estelle Potter and Dr. Everly Noble had a vision. Their vision was to create a cafe where you could go and hang out with pets and need a forever home. When this vision was fulfilled, Estelle and Dr. Everly Noble were looking for volunteers to get the animal cafe up and running. This is where my client, Riley Renlow, comes into play. Riley Renlow was a former employee at Dr. Everly Noble's veterinary clinic. This was where Riley received training as a veterinary technician and vet assistant. Oftentimes, Estelle would go to the animal cafe and hang out. At the time, Riley was unaware of who Estelle was. After a few visits, Riley ended up introducing her dogs to Estelle. The animal cafe has a policy, though. This says that the person who wants to adopt the animals has to come in many times before being allowed to adopt the pets. Because of this policy, Estelle came in a few times before she ended up adopting her dogs, Homer and Betsy. On the second time Estelle came in, Riley and Estelle ended up really hitting along. They realized they had a lot in common, including their love for books and movies. Even after Estelle adopted her dog, she would still often drop in with her dogs to talk to Riley. A few months after Riley and Estelle met, Estelle invited Riley into her home. Riley saw some pictures around the house of Estelle's children, Addison and Alexi. Estelle had mentioned her kids only a few times in the past. When asked about it, Estelle explained that her two children lived out of state and they weren't close to Estelle. A few months after adopting her pets, Estelle was planning a trip to Europe. There was only one thing getting in the way of this trip. These were her newly adopted pets. Estelle said that she was not comfortable with leaving her pets in kennels because she wanted to make sure the pets were safe and secure at all times. Before Estelle adopted her pets, she traveled quite a bit. Estelle was looking to get back to this, but wanted consistency for her pets. This was when Riley offered that she looked after Estelle's pets while she traveled. Estelle offered Riley a full-time job as a caregiver to her pets. This was a perfect job for Riley. By working here, she would get to look after Estelle's pets, and she could still volunteer at the animal cafe. Estelle even offered to pay for Riley's health insurance and provide an apartment above the garage for Riley to live in. Estelle had offered the apartment to both of her children, but they both denied. Unlike Estelle's children, Riley happily agreed to live in the apartment. Before she left on her trip to Europe, Estelle introduced Riley to all of the important people who helped run the estate. A week before Estelle left for her trip, Riley moved into the apartment. This was so that Riley could get into a routine with the staff and pets. A week later, Estelle left for her month-long trip to Europe. On this trip to Europe, she wrote several letters to Riley, most of them being about the pets, but there was one letter that was different than the others. About a week before Estelle passed away, she wrote a very touching letter to Riley. In this letter, Estelle was very appreciative of everything Riley was doing for her. In the letter, it stated that Estelle was about to fly over the oldest ruins of Yorkshire. On this flight, Estelle tragically passed away. Estelle's death has impacted several people. When it was brought to the attention of the close friends of Estelle that her children were trying to get into the will, they were concerned. Estelle's friends knew that Estelle and her children weren't close, and that they would not fulfill the wishes of Estelle. If Riley Renlow was the caretaker of the pets, this would ensure that Estelle's wishes would be met. The facts of this case are simple. Riley Renlow is just a good citizen, and Estelle's good friend is trying to help her out by taking care of her animals. We will call 3 witnesses: Riley Renlow, the caregiver to Estelle's pets; Dr. DeSoto Fielding, Estelle's physician;
and Dr. Everly Noble, a retired veterinarian. Our first witness, Riley Renlow, will tell you that he did not persuade Estelle Heaney Potter into putting him in the will, and that Estelle's decision was 100% rational. Dr. DeSoto Fielding is going to explain how Estelle was in perfect health to make decisions, and wasn't taking any medicine that could cloud her judgment. Dr. Everly Noble is going to prove that Riley Renlow is the best caretaker for the pets, and that Estelle's will should stay just how it is. Plaintiff will also call 3 witnesses: Addison Heaney Potter, Wayne Robinson, and Dr. Ellis McKay. Addison Heaney Potter, Estelle's child, is here because he thinks Riley Renlow persuaded Estelle into changing her will. This is not the case, however. Since Addison and Estelle Heaney Potter had no relationship, Riley and Estelle developed a much closer bond than she and her children ever had. Riley talked to Estelle during the last part of her life leading up to her death, whereas her children had no interest in speaking to her and to their mother. Wynne Robinson will explain how the children didn't have a good relationship with their mother as children, and that's why they should get the money. While it may be true that Estelle and her children didn't have a good relationship, this is just all the more reason why they are entitled to getting more money than they already are. Addison and Lexi Heaney Potter might think that $10 million sounds like too much money for the purpose, but this isn't the case. For reference, Renlow's salary is $100,000 a year, which may seem like a lot of money for just watching pets, but he is also required to take care of the estate, pay the bills, and many more things, just to keep the estate up and running. This money also pays for Renlow's health insurance and provides an annual payment to Riley's retirement fund. The expenses of annual vet visits and pet food is also taken out of this $10 million, sorry. This money also takes care of landscaping and upkeep expenses for the estate. These are also there for emergencies. The pets may have a medical emergency that is expensive, or something could happen to the estate and Renlow would need to have money to pay for it. At the end of the day, $10 million may seem like a lot of money, but when considering all the expenses that needs to be paid for, along with some extra cushion money, it's really not a lot. The other side might also say that by continuing to build the pool house, it's a breach of the will, and it's not how the money was intended to be used. However, this is also not the case. The will states that $10 million should be used for the upkeep of the mansion. When Estelle died, she had already begun to build this pool house. Sadly, she was not able to finish it. Renlow decided that he was going to finish the pool house to honor Estelle's wishes. If Renlow chose to not finish the pool house, it would be a waste of Estelle's money, and would detract from the estate's value. Dr. Ellis McKay will be called up to the stand to attest to how Riley could have persuaded Miss Heaney Potter into updating the will. He thinks that Riley only wanted to live in the mansion, and that's why he continued to be friends with Estelle. This is not accurate. Riley and Estelle wanted to be the best care for all 6 of Estelle's pets. Estelle even said that she couldn't trust her 2 kids with that responsibility. Your Honor, Renlow did not manipulate Miss Heaney Potter, and he used the money strictly for the intent in the will. My partners and I can show you without a doubt that there was no scheming going on.
Okay. Prosecution, are you ready to present your first witness, or plaintiffs, I'm sorry. Oh, I will say, hold on real quick, sorry. Jury, this time the burden of proof is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, it's based on the preponderance of evidence, which just for you means more likely than not. Okay, so it's different because it's a civil case. So you have to just feel like it's more likely than not that there was manipulation, or more likely than not that Riley is misusing the funds, or more likely than not that $10 million is excessive. And then you see sort of the big difference there. Okay, so the burden of proof is not nearly as big as the criminal case. Go ahead, Jim. It's really like, I mean, it could be more like 51. Okay, it's more likely than not. Okay. Okay. All right.
We call Addison Heaney Potter to the stand.
You're gonna tell the truth? Yeah, there we go.
What is your full name?
Addison Heaney Potter.
And how do you know Estelle Heaney Potter?
She's my mom.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes, I have 1 sibling and a sister.
Are you and your sister close?
Yeah, we're very close.
And what was your parents' connection like as a child?
Yeah, my mom loved my dad like a lot, and after stuff happened, like she just transferred all of her affection to her pets.
And did you have many pets as a kid?
No, we did not have any pets.
And where did you go to school as a child?
I went to a public school. My mom wanted me to go to a boarding school, except my father said no.
And who took care of you guys as children?
Usually the nannies.
And who was Wynn Robinson?
She was my main parent figure, I could say.
Were you ever close to your mom?
Not really. We were never really that close.
Would you tell us about the time you fell off your bike?
Yeah, of course. So, I was riding my bike and I went over a rock and I fell. I was bleeding in my palms and my mom saw me. She just looked at me and she just called the nanny over and then I got taken care of after that. So
Are you or your sister older?
I'm 4 years older.
And would you tell us about the time your 2 or 3-year-old sister wanted to go to school with you and the interaction you had with your mom?
Yeah, of course. So, I was going to public school at the time, and my sister, she said that she wanted to go to school with me, and my mom said something like, yeah, that would be great. I would love to have you both go. And it just didn't sit right with me.
Before your mother died, what kind of communication did you have with her?
I sent cards and she sent emails, and I love sending her cards. That I got to hear some stuff about her, which I didn't get to do a lot, and I got to communicate with her.
Where would you find these cards to your mother?
You really wouldn't find any.
Why is that?
She used to burn the cards because she didn't like publicity, and she liked privacy a lot.
When did you send these cards though?
I sent them on like big events like birthdays, Valentine's Day, Christmas, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And could you tell Riley was trying to insinuate himself into your mother's life?
Oh yes, of course. She was a big opportunist.
And would your mother's old veterinarian gain something if this will stands?
Yes, the animal cafe would gain.
Did your mom have a history with being easily convinced?
Yes, she would just give her money away without knowing where it would go.
Was this the same with her family?
No, not as much.
And what was your relationship with your mom like before she met Riley?
It was like we would just communicate back and forth through cards and emails, but then after that just started getting more sparse after she met Riley, and I just was kind of sad. I never got to hear anything from her.
And so what would have influenced your mom into sending less and less email?
I definitely think it was Riley. Couldn't have been anything else.
So you think Riley influenced your mother?
Yes, of course.
What kinds of things do you think he said to her?
She was probably, since my mom, she's very easily at being manipulated. So she probably said stuff like, oh, I can take care of the pets, like, no problem. And she was probably like, oh, great, that would be fine.
So do you think these words affected her decision?
Yes, of course.
And how much did the veterinarian estimate it would cost per year to take care of the pets?
I'm pretty sure it was $6,000.
Is Riley Renlow using the money correctly?
No, she's not using the money correctly.
What is she doing that is not correct?
She is.
Is she fostering animals?
Yes, she's fostering animals.
And do you think your mother would want her to foster these animals?
No, I think that it would stress the other animals out, and I think that it would just cause a big problem.
And is this in any way an intent of the will?
No, it's not an intent of the will.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the map of the Mooney Potter estate.
Is it an accurate depiction of the estate?
Yes, it is.
Can we use this as evidence?
Any objections to using the map? Okay. It is entered. I will, give me 1 second. I will try and pull up.
What does this map show?
It shows the map of the Potter estate. It also shows the pool house and the carriage house.
Yeah. Would you say this pool house is excessive?
Yes, it's very excessive.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
The pool house is located.
No, next thing. What is that?
This is the Illinois Pet Trust Act.
Is it an accurate depiction of the Pet Trust Act?
Yes, it is.
Can we use this as evidence?
The objection to using the Trust Act? No.
Does the Pet Trust Act say anything about if the amount given to the pets is excessive?
Yeah, it does. It says that if the amount is excessive, it can be lowered.
And moving on from that, do you or your sister have any pets?
Yes. I have a dog and she has a cat.
And would you have taken care of your mother's animals if you were given the chance?
Yes, of course. We're really good people, and I really love animals. I don't think that I don't know why anybody would even think that we wouldn't watch them.
So would you say you and your mother are the same in some ways?
Yes, we both love animals, and we really care for animals.
And would you have made sure the animal cafe was funded correctly?
Yes, of course. I feel like that's a great business, and I feel like it helps animals get adopted.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the last will. What is?
Is this an accurate depiction of your mother's last will?
Yes.
It's the new
old
one. No,
Oh, the new one.
This is just. Yeah.
This one here?
Yes. What does this will state? Wait, let me use this as evidence.
Yeah, any objection?
What does this will state exactly goes to the pets in Riley Renlow?
It states that I'm sorry, can you re-say that?
What does the will state goes to the pets in Riley Renlow?
It states she can remain in the household and care for the pets.
And what pets does this will cover?
It covers 2 dogs, 3 cats, and 1 parakeet.
And
So these right here.
yes, those are the pets that are covered. What do you and your sister do for a living?
I am an architect, and Alexi is a lawyer.
And so some could say you don't need your mother's money then.
No, of course we don't need the money. We're just trying to do it for what's right.
Oh wait, no, I got this one. What do you have an issue with in your mother's will exactly?
I have an issue with the amount of money that Riley has been given for her salary. I think that is very absurd. I also have an issue with sorry, never mind.
And what would you say is the reasoning we are having this trial today?
Because we would like to change the will, and we think that it is insane amount of money to just one person.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the last will and testament of Jackson and Estelle.
Is this an accurate depiction of the last will by your mother and father?
Yes.
Can we use this as evidence?
Yep, we're good.
What does this will state?
It states that the money will be split between me and Alexi.
And do you have a problem with your mom changing the will?
Yes, I think that Riley Rendelow, she shouldn't be given this much amount of money.
And was it your mother's money to begin with?
No, it was not. It was my father's.
What was your mother like when she met your father?
She was very poor.
And if you win this trial today, would you like to have a trust governed by you and your sister?
Yes, I think that would be a very good idea.
And would you still hire Riley Renlow as caretaker of pets?
Yes, I think that she would be a great caretaker, and we would let her live in the carriage house, and it's almost like a whole house. So
Would you change anything about what Riley is given in this will, though, if she was the caretaker?
yes, we would lower her salary. And sorry.
So going back to the new will, how did you feel about Riley Renlow being the caretaker, and how was she like adding things?
Well, the pool house, all it was the layout, and she started rebuilding the pool house, which is extremely absurd, and the pets don't even need the pool house.
And how is her fostering animals against the will?
Well, it states that the money can only be used against the pets and not for any other purpose.
So the fostered animals are mixing up the things in the will.
Yes, of course.
And going back to your mother's death, how did you feel when your mother died?
It was really hard on me, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. And you were very sad?
Yes, I was very upset.
So you want to protect her last thoughts by making sure she doesn't have her will manipulated?
Yes, of course.
No further questions. Thank you.
Hey, can we just like murder the sticky? Mr. Bumbo, right?
Sorry.
That's all right.
If we just say it right
Well, I mean, we.
Can you use as like one of the question on that, but it's not written out?
I printed everything out, I guess.
No, it's not in the exhibit. but-
I have two pieces of evidence that I forgot to have printed out. But can I just bring them up?
You can't make stuff.
What?
You can't make anything.
No, like
I'm
the
not,
law.
I'm saying like, it's from one of the witness statements.
You can only use a witness statement if it's used to impeach what they said. Now, you can say like, are you aware of like someone's testimony? You can do that.
Like this, it's like the law.
Yeah, didn't I print it?
The law.
Yeah, that's fine. You can use the law.
Isn't the,
I thought I printed the statute.
oh, okay.
Okay, would you like to cross-examine this witness?
Yes.
All right.
Please state your full name for the record.
Addison E. Carter.
Were you close with your mother?
Yes, I was close to my mother. Or, sorry, excuse me, no, I was not.
Would you said that you had nannies and sitters, you had nannies and sitters most of the time, isn't that correct?
Correct.
So these nannies and sitters kind of replaced the job that your mom's supposed to have, correct? So because of this, you kind of decided to stop talking to your mother, correct? So you lost touch with your mother.
No, not. I did not lose touch with my mother. We would communicate through letters and things.
Okay. So even though you chose to kind of
not have a motherly relationship with your mother, you still expect to get the estate and be in the will?
Correct.
And so, can I?
Yes.
You got $5 million at the time of death, correct?
Yes.
So you are an architect, correct?
Excuse me?
You're an architect,
Yes, I'm not.
and your sister is a lawyer.
Yes, she is a lawyer.
So one can say that it's very generous for you to each get $5 million considering your job occupations.
Yes, but that's not the point. We just are trying to do it for what's right.
One could also say that it was very generous that you get the estate after Riley, or after the pets die, even though you have good job occupations.
Sure.
You think that by fostering pets, it's a breach of the will, correct?
Yes.
Even though when Estelle's pets died, the trust ends.
Yes.
And you were reading. Read the highlighted section.
Trust for the care of one or more designated domestic or pet animals is valid. The trust terminates when no living animal is covered by the trust.
So this proves that even if Riley is fostering pets, it doesn't really matter because the trust will still end when Estelle's pets die.
No. It does matter.
How? No further questions, Your Honor.
Do you have redirect?
Yes. So they said that you didn't have a relationship with your mother, correct?
Yeah.
But did you feel you had some kind of relationship with your mother before she died?
Yes, I did.
And how did you have a relationship with her?
We both communicate through email and cards.
And how is the fostered animals affecting the will and the money given through the will? Are they spending that money now while they have the will?
Yes.
I'd like to confirm that you are not doing any of this, like suing for the money.
Yes.
So you are not on this stand with, and you're testifying is not in order for you to get the money?
Correct.
You just think it would be more just to have the terms reevaluated?
Yes, I think I'm doing it for what's right, and I think that I should deserve to watch the animals.
So you think you would be just as qualified as Riley Renlow?
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. You can step down, Addison.
Like to call Ellis McKay. Your Honor, we like to call Ellis McKay to the stand.
Ellis McKay.
That is his name.
Is Ellis a drummer?
Yes.
He was.
Ellis the drummer.
You tell the truth, Ellis?
Yes.
What is your full name?
Alex McKay.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a certified licensed practicing psychologist in Summerhill, Illinois.
And how long have you been practicing?
For 15 years.
And where did you get your degree from?
Summa cum laude. I so have a bachelor's degree in social work that I got from the University of Illinois. I got my master's degree in health from there too, as well as my PhD.
And how did you meet Estelle Heaney Potter?
I've met Estelle through numerous social events, but I've never been called on her as a psychologist.
So then, how did you come to be on the stand?
I was approached by Heaney Potter's children, Addison and Alexi.
And why did they approach you about this will?
They expressed great concern that their mother had been unduly influenced by Riley Renlow.
And what would you say is questionable about this will?
Well, it's not questionable that people will leave parts of their estate to have parts of their estate to care for their pets. But what is questionable is to leave half a fortune.
And what makes it excessive?
There's no explanation for a $10 million. For a $10 million.
And is Estelle normally a reckless person?
No, not normally. She was never she never showed reckless or she never showed reckless behavior.
And well, then was she ever known for throwing her money around?
No, she was never extravagant, and in meetings where finance was discussed, she made calm, restrained decisions.
Well, were there any exceptions to that?
Yes, in the planning stages of the medical clinic, she offered to fund the patient waiting room, and she was very tasteful in her selection.
So she wanted to donate. So she offered to donate to this medical clinic.
Yes, but we convinced her not to be too extra.
And how did you convince her?
We had to explain to her that the medical clinic staff wished to focus funding in medical areas instead of the patient waiting room.
And why is this important?
With explanation and persuasive language, Estelle did change her mind.
So she was influenced during the financial discussion.
Yes.
So she could have been influenced by Riley Remlo.
Yes, easily. So with persuasive language, like, I can be here if you can't. I can do this if you're not here, and stuff like that. Saying like that can make a person believe that someone is indispensable or necessary.
So by saying these things, Remlo influenced Estelle into thinking she was necessary and indisposable.
Yeah.
Your Honor, meeting.
Did Riley Remlo use these things to convince Estelle that she was necessary or indisposable?
Yes.
And have you ever met Riley Remlo?
I have. I have observed him at the Animal Cafe prior to knowing about this dispute, and
Did she seem like a manipulative person when you were talking to her?
well, my first impression is that he tends to curry favor a lot when talking to potential clients. He'll compliment hair, clothing, or anything like that, and it's a great icebreaker, and it instinctively lets people know that they are dealing with somebody that's going to try and please them.
And was this first impression followed by subsequent impressions?
Yes, it was.
So she continued doing it as a pattern.
Yes.
So Riley curries favor with people just like she may have done with Estelle.
Correct. I believe so.
And why is this a problem? Moving on.
Is it a problem because?
Oh yeah. Is it a problem because it allows her to maintain control of the state and
Yes,
argue?
yes. Okay, so it's a problem. Yes, this is a problem because this could lead Addison and Alexi to lose valuable assets that they believe they have the right to.
So they lose things by letting her do that.
Correct.
And What could Riley do under this will?
As I understand it, there are no spending limits as long as he can give a reason to as why it benefits taking care of the pets.
And how is this a major problem?
So for instance, this could be broadly interpreted. So if you could say that his mental or physical well-being is essential to take care of the pets, but he could end up spending lots of money on his own behalf.
So, do you think Riley Renlow manipulated Estelle?
I do.
And how in what ways could Riley have influenced and manipulated Estelle?
He also could have strengthened Estelle's belief that the relationship between Estelle and her children was not very strong, and that they didn't deserve the recognition.
So, you believe that Riley Renlow wormed her way wrongfully into Estelle's life to get her money?
I believe this is the case.
No further questions. Thank you.
Would you like to cross-examine this witness?
Yes.
Stand up.
Evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
So you have stated that it would be easy for Renlow to manipulate Estelle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you are aware that multiple witnesses have said that Mrs. Mooney Potter is not somebody whose opinion was easily swayed, correct?
Correct.
So if her opinion was not easily swayed, do you really think that a caretaker could influence her enough for her to write half of her portion off to them?
Yes.
So you have said that it is unreasonable to write $10 million to pets, correct?
Correct.
Now you are a psychologist, not a financial expert, correct?
Correct.
So what right do you have to judge somebody for their financial decisions?
Can you repeat that?
What right do you have to judge somebody for their financial decisions? You're a psychologist.
I do not have the right to advise people on their financial decisions, but I'm a psychologist, so I know. I do know, as a psychologist, I do know how people.
Yeah, you can move on. Would you like to move on?
Yes.
Okay. So you have stated that anybody can be subject to scheming. Anybody, correct?
Yes. By anybody.
Okay. You were hired by Addison and Alexi Heaney Potter to look into Riley Renlow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So a money incentive would perhaps make manipulation easier. So if somebody presents somebody with money to look into somebody, or here, can I rephrase that?
Sure.
Okay. So there was a money incentive involved, and you were told to look into Riley Renlow. If anybody can be manipulative, then what's to stop you, or what's to stop Addison and Alexi Heaney Potter from swaying your opinion to be biased?
I know.
Objection, that's unfair extrapolation. It never says that he was paid to do this at all in any of the things. It never says that. That's not.
He was hired?
Okay, don't address each other. Yeah, I think, yeah, they are. Expert witnesses are always paid. So we can assume that. Okay, I mean, it is fine, but that's not uncommon. So it's not like expert witnesses are always paid in court, so it doesn't make them liars because they're paid. That is a common argument brought up by opposing counsel, though, like, of course, you're gonna say what they want because you're on their side, okay? But you don't have to answer that. I mean, I think you got the point across, right? Okay.
No further question.
Did you have something to add?
I did. My observations were prior to me knowing about this dispute. So there would be no way to look for something to help somebody else. I'm just looking for complete prior knowledge.
Opinions can change.
All right. Would you like to redirect?
Oh, of course.
So during cross, they brought up that you were a psychologist and not a financial director. So would you say that it would be obvious to anyone that that is a very unstable financial decision?
Yes.
So you think that it is quite, like, you don't even need to be a financial person to understand that that's a horrible idea?
Yeah.
All right, no further questions.
Sit down.
I'd like to call Wynn Robinson to the stand.
Yeah.
What is your full name?
Wynn Robinson.
What was your relationship to Estelle Henry Potter?
I was a live-in nanny for her children for 15 years.
Why do you think you were a nanny?
Probably because of my life experience. I'm with 5 children.
Do you have any other achievements?
I took courses in psychology, first aid, and CPR.
What was your relationship like with Addison and Alexi, Estelle's children?
We were very close and very special.
How much did you do for them?
I did basically everything. My name was on almost everything that I could, pick them up from school and see their medical attention.
Why do you think Estelle gave you so much permissions over her children?
Probably because she didn't want to be bothered.
Did Estelle have a good relationship with Addison and Alexi?
No.
How did she feel about that?
She was very disappointed, but matter of fact and accepted.
Did she ever try to get a better relationship with them?
No, and she made it obvious in many ways. She did not want to work harder to get a better relationship.
Was Estelle ever unkind to her children?
No, she never yelled at her children.
What would she do if they wanted something?
She would often give in and just give them whatever they wanted.
Did Mrs. Heaney Potter have a good relationship with her pets before her husband died?
No, she often made the derogatory comments about her pets.
Do you remember any of those comments?
Yes, she made remarks about them being unclean or unhealthy.
At what point in time did Estelle begin having a good relationship with animals?
When she started working at the animal cafe.
Do you think Estelle made her will while she was sane? And
no, I do not.
What leads you to think this?
Nobody could believe that 2 dogs, 3 cats, a parakeet, and a single person could require the use of a mansion, all the outbuildings, and all the land.
Why do you think Estelle would have changed the will to include that?
If Mr. Renblow bothered her enough and was a constant thorn on her side, then she would have often caved in and given him what he wanted, like her children.
Earlier you mentioned that when her children wanted something, she would give it to them. Why do you think she would have done that?
I think she wanted a peaceful household, and that was the easiest way to get it.
Do you think Riley could have also made her feel the same way? Like she did not want to have to bother, and therefore you think that could possibly be a reason why she changed her will?
Yes, I do.
Objection or speculation?
Explain.
The lawyer kept asking if
the witness thinks that something would happen because of something else, and they don't have like factual evidence to back it up.
What's your rebuttal?
There is factual evidence that it isn't just speculation. There is reason to believe that Estelle could have been influenced to rewrite her will.
So can we argue that Mr. Robinson can speak to previous manipulation by the kids to get what they want? So establishing that pattern behavior, I think. I mean, I'm going to kind of sustain it because I agree, like, but it's based on prior knowledge. So we're gonna let that part of the testimony stand, but we won't go to like, do you think Estelle changed her mind to run low because of that? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
The previous question was, why do you believe Estelle was influenced? But we will change that to what are reasons that you saw Estelle change?
So like in his experience throughout his time with Estelle.
Yes, how did Estelle
how was
change?
she manipulated in the past?
Yeah.
Her children would often want to talk to her about something that was important to them, and she would often just walk away.
Earlier, you also mentioned that Estelle began enjoying animals during her time in the animal cafe. Would Riley have come into her life about at this point in time?
Yes.
So she met Riley, and soon after, her opinions changed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examine this witness.
Please state your name.
Moon Robinson?
You were a nanny to Addison and Alexi Heaney Potter, correct?
Yes.
And you were their nanny for over 15 years?
That is correct.
And it says that you stopped being their nanny when Alexi went into middle school, correct? In your witness statement, you referred to Mrs. Heaney Potter saying that when Alexi was born, she didn't feel the sort of connection she knew other mothers had, right?
Yes.
Do you think that you should have encouraged their relationship a little bit more?
It is none of my business to say that she needed a greater relationship with her children.
Do you think that you changed their Mrs. Heaney Potter was never unkind to her children, correct?
She was never unkind to her children.
But she was very distant from them, right? And she never really tried to have a relationship with them either.
I suppose so.
So from all of this, you can infer that Mrs. Heaney Potter and her children never really wanted or had a good relationship, right?
That would be incorrect. Her children would send cards and were trying to have a good relationship with her, but she was the one burning letters because she...
But Mrs. Heaney Potter did not want or have a good relationship with her children, correct?
Mrs. Heaney Potter was the one that did not want
Yeah.
a good relationship, yes.
So you still think that her children should get all of her money and all of her assets?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Anything on redirect? You don't have to. Okay, we good? Okay. You may step down. Do the plaintiff rest? Like, you rest your case? We rest.
We rest our case.
Okay. All right, you want to take 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. 12:23, be back and ready. Hey, Isaac, what I was trying to get you to go, you were on the right track. You could have said, I'm not a financial advisor, but as a psychologist, I can say that she was manipulated in giving that much money.
Spanish is trying to say I didn't know. I think it's pretty cool. And you redirected me. I'm trying to get out of I think we Josh, did you have something fun? What? Did you have something fun watching? No, it's not super exhilarating. I think it'd be more we had to watch it on Zoom. We had to watch it. It was and the year.
Semi. So you don't have to talk to people? Matt, I do it too. It's very
I mean, that's true.
Don't I look fabulous? I got this. I love your fabulous. Yeah. There's really step needed. Oh yeah, I usually have a reading and a mask.
Yeah, I've only
Also,
seen your eyes.
my hair is usually covering my eyes. My hair is really just.
I've seen one of your eyeballs. Now I see
Where that was not even part of the
Congratulations. Yes. I think you're why are you questioning our friends? It's because you have
When there's no answer,
Sharon so much.
Wait, nobody else.
If I knew everyone she knew, I could possibly say otherwise.
When it was already there.
I always thought you were not in this, and I'm like,
No, I wanted to.
Stop lying.
Extra money there. What's it anyway? 1 million.
1 million to cover 5.
Hey Sam. Sam. You're on the live stream right now. Huh? You're on the live stream right now.
We're gonna win.
Yeah.
Sam's gonna win.
Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely.
The third thing that we have to prove is
Oh, hey, Eli. Someone named, like, Anika Wilkin.
Yeah, that's my sister.
Yeah, she said, yay, go Eli. So congratulations.
You timed her out.
She was talking.
You timed her out.
Zach, they can talk in the chat.
They can talk in the
She didn't need to talk.
They can talk. Will you comment to that, please?
She timed out on it. No, anyway. Go away. Go away.
You spelled my name wrong. Bro, she's like,
Sorry.
Lydia.
Anyway,
let
go
this
away.
scene.
what is happening? Oh, what is happening?
Go away.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. Nothing important. Connor, go away. Go away.
They can talk in the chat.
What? Why did you?
I didn't think it actually worked. No, go away.
That's not how you spell L's name. It's just one. That is not how you spell. Okay. Why are you doing this?
What, do you want to do it?
I don't know how to spell anyone's name.
Then you do it.
Why are you doing this if you don't know how to spell his name?
Because no one else was doing it.
You shouldn't be doing it. You don't know how to spell things.
Okay, then you do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Then who's going to?
No, find someone.
No one else is allowed to. Only the people in the jury are.
Yeah, find someone in the jury. You can spell it.
Go away.
So why is there someone knitting?
It's crocheting, actually.
I don't. Fine, keep spelling people's names wrong.
Hey, it has come to the attention of the court that, and then we're just unsure about procedures, that in Mr. Robinson's witness statement, it does say that he in fact says he should have encouraged a healthier relationship with the children, right? That one says something like that. So that was in the witness statement when Natalie asked it and countered it and answered it that way. So, it is that. Okay, so a couple things. One, that's what witness statements can be used for. I know it doesn't help you right now because they've already presented your case, but if you say something, if you ask a question and they give the answer that's not correct in their witness statement, that's when you can go back, get their witness statement, make them read it. And then it shows that they were not telling the truth on that, okay? And then it kind of loses their credibility a little bit. Secondly, you know, we shouldn't really be feeding our witnesses answers when they forget what to say, because that's on them to be prepared and not on the lawyers to like hand motion them. So, you know, take that into account as you will. If you feel like the witness was fed answers by attorneys, then juries can take that into account as well. But what I was saying is, you know, we're trying to, I want as best we can to judge this case based on the merits of the evidence and what you're hearing. Okay. All right. Do we have any questions before we? Is that good? Does that like settle? Oh, I will say too, witnesses, if you get asked something that is not in your witness statement, then you can make up the answer. You just got to be sure it's not your witness statement, because if you make up the answer and then it's not true, then they can bring up your witness statement and show it's not true.
Can't they still object to that? Character.
Yeah, the unfair extrapolation. That's that one. Okay. You know, for instance, and I talked to Andrew about it, but it was the question about like, what gives you the right to decide what to tell someone to do with the money? Well, that wasn't anywhere in Isaac's witness statement. That he's saying he has the right to do that. Like, that wasn't in there. So that's where, as a lawyer, like, I understand the line of thought, okay? But you can't get upset when they give you an answer that wasn't what you're expecting, because they don't know what to say. They don't have it in their witness statement, have what to say. So when that's the case, you just say something that you think sounds good, because you know they can't impeach you on it, okay? All that makes sense? All right, we're good. Defense, would you call your first witness?
Riley Renlow to the stand.
What is your name? Riley Renlow. How old are you? I'm 27. Did you go to college? Yes. Where did you go to college? I went to the University of Illinois Springfield, and I graduated with a biology degree. Did you have a job straight out of college? Yes, I worked with Dr. Everly Noble at the veterinary clinic. Would you say you have a pretty good understanding of animals? Yes, I was trained as a veterinary technician and a vet assistant, so yeah. What has been your job occupation recently? I've been taking care of a good friend Estelle's estate and pets, and I've been working at the animal cafe. How did you meet Estelle? I met her at the animal cafe. I was actually the one who introduced her to her two dogs. After that interaction, did you continue to see Estelle? Yeah, she came to the animal cafe often. Did Estelle have any other pets? Yes. What were those pets? She has the two dogs, Homer and Bessie, 3
cats, and then a bird.
Estelle had a large estate, correct?
Yes,
Had you ever been to the estate before you started caretaking for Estelle's pets?
yes. After we bonded over many things, she invited me there.
And did you live on the estate?
Yes,
Where did you live on the estate?
I live in a small apartment above the garage.
Would you say that your living quarters provided by Estelle are decent?
Yes, they're about the size of a 6-car garage.
Would you say that Estelle is spoiling you with your living quarters?
I don't think she's spoiling me. The apartment was vacant for many years. She even offered them to her daughters, and they both declined. So no, I don't think she's spoiling me. Oh,
It's okay. You guys have been messing up on this one for all try. You call him out. You told Carter she for like 90% of your case. He messes up once, you're like, oh, well, son and daughter.
Sorry.
Did you have access to the mansion?
Yes.
What was the purpose of having access to the mansion?
It helped me take care of the pets a bit better.
Do you know if Estelle ever tried to communicate with her kids?
Yeah, she tried to talk to them a few times. She has some pictures around the house as well.
Do you think she talked to them often?
Not too often, but she liked to keep them in the loop of what she was doing.
So would you say that she was kind of trying to keep in touch with her kids?
Yes.
When was the first time you took care of Estelle's animals?
It's about a year after she adopted her 2 dogs.
Where was Estelle when you were taking care of her animals?
She was actually on a trip to Europe.
How long was this trip to Europe?
It was supposed to be a month until it got cut short by a tragic marriage.
Did she ever try to communicate with you?
Yeah, she wrote me multiple letters.
Did anything stand out to you in this letter, or in those letters?
Yeah, the last letter she sent me stood out.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the letter that she sent me.
Is this, that's the letter, so just ask if you can put it in evidence.
Can I put this letter into evidence?
Any objections with the letter?
We object because it's hearsay.
What are your grounds for hearsay?
That's not, it's just hearsay. Estelle's not here she's not here to testify about it.
Okay, hold on. And your rebuttal?
Since she wrote it and we have it, like, we know it's real, that she actually said it.
And?
She's dead. Can you?
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. I think we're going to admit it under the exception of the so. And in the stipulations, hey, Sam and your opposing counsel, if you look in the stipulations, it says that the letter is authentic. And so that means that both sides have to agree that the letter is authentic. I think in real court that could be close depending on what judge you get, even with Estelle being dead. But since it's in the stipulations, I'm going to allow the letter. Okay.
Would you mind reading this letter to us?
Sure. Dearest Riley, I'm having such a marvelous time in Europe, but I'm also looking forward to get back to Summer Hills and the furs. Another having almost as much a good time as I. You give them such loving care. I enjoy knowing that my dears are in capable hands while I'm away. I have every intention of living a long, lusty life, but if anything ever did happen to me, it's such a comfort that knowing that you'll be there for Homer, Bessie, Bertie, Warwick, and Byron, and Budgie, of course. Should either of the A's, absent Lexi, try to contact me while I'm away, they know where I am and when I'll be back. They'll have to wait. I'll be home on the 18th. I have one last excursion planned to fly over some of the oldest ruins in Yorkshire, castles from the air. My camera is ready. Flying with a group of B&B, where we've been staying. Should be absolutely lovely. Home soon. Affectionately, Estelle.
Estelle seems very appreciative of you.
Very.
Objection.
Can we rephrase?
Was Estelle appreciative of you?
She was always very appreciative.
Do you think she was ever too appreciative of you?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Would you say that she ever overpaid you?
I don't think she ever overpaid me. I think she paid me more than a normal caretaker would, but I think it makes up for it since we were such good friends.
Were you living in an apartment before Estelle left?
Yes, I was.
Would you say that the pets are better off in your care than, say, one of the children's?
Absolutely. I mean, we've gotten into a comfortable routine. I know how they like to do stuff, and I don't know how Addison and Lexi would treat them.
There was a pool house, correct, on the estate?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about this pool house?
So before Estelle left for her trip to Europe, she was building a pool house, and then it was under construction before she left, and then obviously now she can't finish it, so I'm just doing what I think her wishes would be, and to finish the pool house.
Would you, the other side might say that by finishing this pool house, it's a breach of the will. What would you say to that?
I mean, it's already under construction, and I would think that this is just maintenance for stuff that's already happening.
Do you think the pets are safe around this unfinished pool house?
I mean, a construction site is no place for pets, but I'm keeping a very good eye on them, making sure that they don't get hurt.
And were there any other projects that Estelle had in mind?
Yeah. She wanted me to like re-roof the house, seal the driveway, water seal the basement, just standard household tasks.
Addison Heaney Potter states that you are fostering pets on the estate. Is that true?
Yes.
Would you say that this is a breach of the will?
No.
Do you know what this is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the last will and testament of Estelle.
It's already been entered into evidence, so you can just use it. Yeah, go ahead. Just saying, could you please read section 3, line, whatever, whatever you want to read. Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye.
See you tomorrow. Going into fifth hour. Distribution after 6 hours.
What?
What
This should be on the question.
do you need?
Yeah, you were gonna enter the law.
The statute again that we were at earlier, page 7 or whatever? This thing here? Okay, perfect.
Can you read the highlighted section?
Yes. A trust for the care of
Jury, pay attention, jury.
A trust for the care of one or more designated domestic or pet animals is valid. The trust terminates when no living animal is covered by the trust.
So this basically says that when Estelle's pets die, then the trust ends, correct?
Objective, objection.
What does this state?
It states that whenever Estelle's original pets, so the 3 cats, 2 dogs, and 2 parakeet, when they all die, the trust will terminate, and I will have to leave the estate along with all the pets that I've been fostering, and all the money that will now go to the 2 dogs, son and daughter.
Would you say that Estelle was easily persuaded?
Oh, not at all. She was very strong-willed, strong-minded.
Did Estelle make the decision of adopting her pets all on her own?
Absolutely. They fell in love right away.
Do you know how much money it takes to take care of the estate?
I'm not 100% sure. I was never with Estelle when she paid the bills.
Are you prepared to start taking care of the estate and paying the bills?
Yes, once the will is ratified, I will have to pay all the bills and make everything legal, but for now I'll just have to start learning how.
Did you manipulate Estelle to Heaney Potter to put you into her will?
Absolutely not. I would never do that. She was my good friend. I would never want to hurt her physically, emotionally, or financially.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Let's take just a minute break while the rest of my class goes through this. Mike, really, really quick. We got 2 minutes, 12:40. So 2 minutes from now, we'll pick up with cross-examination.
Thank you, go.
No, you're good. I mean, you can go take a break if you go to cross-examination.
That's true. I don't know. Yeah, it says, I'm also so,
Yeah, that's what it's called.
I'm also so looking forward to getting back to Summer Hills and the Hurts.
Andrew, what are you telling him? You're helping him? Andrew, are you helping your witness?
I said he could. He said, can I confer with the witness? I said, yes.
Okay.
Well, you have to ask them to confer with the witness.
Yeah, Sam.
Sam. Stop.
All right, let's get back. All right, cross-examine this witness.
After a few months of knowing Estelle, she invited you into her home, correct?
Yes.
And at this time, you had heard her home was huge,
Well, I had not seen the home.
and you were curious to see what it looked like before you had visited the home.
I suppose.
And you are aware that fostering animals in Estelle's home is using some of the money given in the trust, correct?
No, I'm using my own money to foster the animals. I'm not using the money from the trust.
Okay. How do we know that you are not using the money given in the trust?
Well, A, it doesn't say that in my statement. And B, I would never use the stuff for the trust. That's not, that I'm not allowed to use that for.
Okay. And when you went to Estelle's home, she explained she wasn't close with her kids.
She said that she had talked to them, but she wasn't very close. No.
And you took that as the kids weren't interested in having a relationship with their mother?
I mean, she had sent letters and emails to them, and they rarely responded. So yes, I took that as they were very interested in her life.
But you didn't know what the kids responded, how they responded.
Did you? Estelle told me stuff about her children, and I figured that she would tell me if they wrote to her and any new things in their lives. So, no.
And is it true you jumped at the opportunity to watch the pets while Estelle's gone?
I mean, through Estelle, I got to know Homer and Bessie and then all of her other animals fairly well. So yes, it seemed exciting.
And you did this because you liked Estelle?
Yes, Estelle was a good friend and so were her animals.
But you also knew she would pay you well, correct?
I was not, I did not take the job for the money. I was doing a favor for Estelle, and even if she didn't pay me, I would still have done it.
Have you said things to Estelle like you'd be available night and day?
I believe so, yes.
And you felt like she needed this reassurance?
I don't think she needed the reassurance. She was very strong-minded. But I don't know, I guess.
And while you worked for Estelle, you had free room and board, correct?
Yes.
And she even paid for your health insurance?
That was a very nice plus, yes.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
It's the map of the Human Potter State.
And we can see here on the map the carriage house, correct?
Yes.
And you had your apartment on the estate?
Yes.
And it was over the carriage house, correct?
It was over the garage, so yeah.
And the carriage house is the size of a 6-car garage, right?
I believe so, yes.
And this apartment that you had over the carriage house had a kitchen, dining room, sunroom, deck, 2 bedrooms, a bath and a half. It was air conditioned and has its own hot tub, right?
Yes.
And you moved into this apartment a week before she left?
Yes. So I can get into comfortable receiving the pets.
And haven't you said that you had no plans to leave the estate when she died, and you have no plans to leave the estate now?
Her lawyer asked me to stay in the mansion the day after she died, and once the will is ratified, I will have to stay in the mansion to better take care of the pets, and I wouldn't want them to come to my small apartment.
And you said that you have never helped Estelle pay taxes, correct?
I have not.
So you would have to learn about the taxes, utilities, and upkeep costs?
I'm currently learning, but once the will is ratified, I will have to finish up learning and start paying them actually.
And you have stated before that you'll never take advantage of this situation?
I would never.
And you also have said you plan on following her wishes exactly as you understand them, correct?
Yes, and as the law states.
And this includes building a pool house?
Yes.
And you say you're not extravagant and you're not a gold digger, correct?
Yes.
But wouldn't you say a pool house could be considered extravagant?
If you consider Estelle's wishes of building that pool house extravagant, I'm just following her wishes. So if you understand that as extravagant, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just following her wishes.
And you have also said that you feel Estelle was rock solid in her thinking and you could not have convinced her to do this. She did it on her own.
I don't think I could have convinced her, and even if I wanted to, it would have taken a while. But no.
And you also say that she may have been worried about what her kids would have done to the pets.
Yes.
But you don't know very much about the kids, do you? Other than what she has told you.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel you can make the statement that the kids may have just put the animals down or given them away?
I mean, the pets are a big investment, and if they're getting the money because they want the money and not because I am taking care of the pets, I think. I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
Yes. So do you feel you can really make the statement that the kids may have just put down the pets or given them away?
From what I know about the children, yes, I can make that statement. I don't know if what I know is true, but from what I know.
Okay. And so you really believe that fostering animals is not breaking the terms of the will?
No, the will says nothing about fostering animals.
And you believe Estelle would have fostered the animals herself, correct?
I believe so. The animal cafe was overflowing with animals, and it was beginning to be a safety hazard for the animals within the animal cafe.
Had Estelle ever fostered her animals herself, though?
I'm not sure.
According to Addison, she had never fostered animals herself. And you understand you have an annual salary of $100,000 a year, correct? And you know that's a lot of money.
Yes.
But once again, you say you'll never take advantage of this situation?
I would never take it.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Renlow, how do you feel about this situation? Are you frustrated by it?
How so?
Like, with the trial and everything that is being argued over, are you frustrated about that?
Yes, I am quite frustrated because Addison and Alexi I feel that they're taking advantage of their mother's kind-heartedness, and instead of me, I'm not taking advantage. I feel that they are. I'm frustrated that right now I can't take care of their animals because I am here at trial testifying. I'm just frustrated that we have to go through this whole ordeal, and that I want more time to mourn over Estelle's death.
So do you feel like the
the daughters are taking advantage of the money?
Yes, I feel like they're the ones who are taking advantage of me.
Okay, no further question.
Next question. You know, Addison is, there's a whole famous baseball player named Addison Russell, like, clearly could be a boy name too, but, I guess, like,
Most Addisons are.
I don't know about that.
I don't know, most Addisons, yeah, most Addisons.
All right, call your next witness.
The defense calls Dr. DeSoto Fielding to the stand.
I think it's the best name in the drama. DeSoto Fielding. Stop.
May I begin?
Yes, you can go.
What is your name?
Dr. DeSoto Fielding.
What is your occupation?
I am a general practitioner in the small town of Summer Hills.
How long have you been in practice?
I have been in practice for 10 years.
Why did you become a general practitioner in such a small town?
Because I saw there was a need for one, and I knew it was the perfect place to practice my profession.
How have you tried to help in Summer Hills?
So I have joined up with other practitioners to start a clinic.
What was your relation to Estelle Heaney Potter?
I was her physician.
How long did you know her?
I've known her all my life. We both grew up together in Summer Hills.
Have you ever been to Estelle's estate?
Yes, I have been invited to her estate many times.
What did you think about her estate and how it was run?
I thought it was run and maintained beautifully.
As Estelle's physician, you would know if she was on any medication, correct?
Yes, I would. She wasn't on any medication prescribed by me at the time of her death.
Was there any medication that could cloud her judgment?
She had a mild allergy to grass, and she took some over-the-counter antihistamine for that, but that wouldn't inhibit her decision-making abilities.
You were asked to witness Estelle's will, correct?
Yes, I was.
How did you feel about being asked to witness her will?
I've witnessed other families' wills, but I always felt it was none of my business.
Yet you still said yes.
Yes, I did.
Why did you still agree to witness her will?
Because I knew the person who signed it and thought I might be called up to attest her sanity.
When you witnessed her will, did you question Estelle's sanity?
No. Out of everyone in Summer Hills, she was the sanest person I knew.
Did anybody else witness the will?
Yes, Dr. Everly Noble was there with me.
Ooh. Who do you think was benefiting the most from the will?
I believe the pets are receiving the benefit, not Riley Redlove.
Are Addison and Alexi Heaney Potter older or younger than you?
They are younger than me.
Will the children get what they are entitled to?
Yes, they will. I know firsthand.
Can you tell us what they're getting?
They are receiving $5 million now in the estate once the pets die their natural deaths. I don't know why they're arguing over this. They've had massive amounts of money all their life.
Did Estelle ever make irrational money decisions?
Once, while she was funding the animal cafe, she wanted to put money towards the patient waiting room, and I suggested she funded the medical equipment.
And why was that? Moving on. So were you able to change her mind?
Yes, after a thorough conversation. She wasn't easily persuaded.
So how do you think Riley Runlow fits into this will?
She is just the instrument that Estelle will guarantee the well-being and safety of her pets.
No further question.
Cross-examine Dr. DeSoto Fielding.
You work in a small town, right?
Yes, I do.
And because of this, you know practically everyone who comes into your office. You also had a very good relationship with Estelle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you said that that relationship was very good. It went beyond you just being her doctor.
Yes, it did.
So you knew her extremely well. But you never got to know her children?
No. They were younger than me and left for university by the time I could open my clinic.
Okay. You were also invited to Estelle's house for social events, correct?
Yes, I was.
So despite the fact that you knew almost everyone in the neighborhood, had a good relationship with Estelle, one that you described yourself as great, and you were invited to her house, you never really got to know her kids?
No, I did not.
Estelle was also very important in the founding of your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And at one point she wanted to redo the patient waiting room?
Yes, she did.
But then you disagreed with her, right?
Yeah.
And you told her that instead the money should be spent on the medical side of things, correct?
Yes, I did.
And after you said that, she did end up changing her mind?
After a thorough conversation, yes.
So it could be said that in that situation, Estelle was influenced to change her decisions based on what other people told her and the facts she was presented with.
After many, many other people convinced her, yes.
You also mentioned in your testimony that you remembered her saying that, I quote, "I feel so much better knowing that the animals are provided for." She did say that?
She did.
And people don't usually say things like this unless they're feeling relief over the end of a will, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you think wait, that's not it, never mind. You followed up that statement with that you think the will is about the animals and not necessarily Riley?
Yes.
That Riley is simply the way Estelle provided for her animals?
Yes, I did.
So it could be taken that Riley Renlow is disposable in this case and the animals are the current fixture?
Yes.
So if we were to vote on this case and the will was decided that it needed to be written, the animals, if they did remain in the will, that would still be what Estelle wanted, you think?
Yeah.
Because the pets were her main focus?
So you said that the pets were the main benefit and that Riley was not necessarily the reason for the will.
Riley is not the main focus of the will, no.
Okay, so my question is, what is bad about Alexi and Addison taking care of the pets? Because it seems to me like they'll take care of them if Riley's indisposable.
Well, Estelle didn't really know her kids very well. She didn't know what they would or wouldn't do. Neither would I.
Well, it's true that they have openly stated that they would take care of the pets and that they love the animals.
Yes.
And you still think that they would put the pets down?
No, I never said that.
Okay, so then what would be the issue with them taking care of the pets instead of Riley?
Estelle never knew what her kids would do. Riley was the closest person to Estelle.
So you're saying it's not an issue?
No.
It's not an issue?
No, it's not an issue.
All right, no further questions.
You can. I'm trying to get them to check here. There was some unfair extrapolation going on.
So
I'm like over here, I'm like, you guys were paying attention to me. I'm trying to All right, anyway, redirect.
Thanks for the feedback.
Stuff like about like, do you think that the kids would have put on the pets like that? It's not in your witness statement or anywhere. I don't think you did.
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, he did. It was brought up. He never said.
Wait, indirect.
And his and his.
I didn't ask a single question
Okay,
about the
I don't know, maybe. It doesn't matter. It's over now. We got it. Let's go. Redirect.
So you were just
What? Order.
you were just asked that if you thought the will, can I rephrase that?
Yeah. I'm wondering about liking sleeves.
You were
Forceful. All right, go ahead.
you were asked that if it really mattered who was taking care of the pets, if as long as the pets were getting good care of it, because the pets were really who Estelle was trying to keep in mind, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true that Estelle wanted the best care for her pets?
She did.
And the kids would not be the best care for her pets, correct? Riley
Yes.
Runlow would instead,
Yes.
correct?
You said that Estelle wanted to put her money to improve the waiting room, correct?
Yes, I did.
And they said that by you having a conversation about this, you persuaded her to not do that, correct?
Yes, with many facts and evidence.
Well, her changing her will is a lot more important than putting money into a waiting room. So do you think that her changing her will, do you think that you could persuade her?
Objection, argumentative.
How's up?
She stated that it was fact in the question. Just say the question.
Okay. Can you yeah, what was your question?
My question?
Yeah.
That the, like what?
I think she's saying that,
Well, a will is more important.
Yeah, she's stating
Oh.
that the will is more important.
She's not.
Okay.
Will's different.
It's not really.
It is argumentative. She's stating.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so just refresh the question.
Do you-
That's fine, I'll
so-
sustain it, I get it, you're right.
Do you think that Estelle changing her will would be a much more important change than putting money into a waiting room?
Yes, it would be.
You guys not think that's true? Why can't we just stick to the fact that a will is a bigger deal than an animal waiting room? Like, does anybody out there think that's wrong?
Yes. Do you know?
Darn it, that waiting room is the most important thing in the world.
Ew. Waiting room.
Yes, waiting room.
Some random from Illinois.
Yes. Okay, I'm with you, argumentative, sustain.
Yeah.
All right, order. That was my fault. All right, remember that we're limited to the scope of straws on our redirect, so be careful with that. Okay, go ahead.
So do you think, or did, how often do children stand in the way of a will?
Not very often.
Objection outside scope of cross-examination.
No, I agree.
Context to that.
No, there is, hold on, hey, you guys cannot argue, address me, I'm sustaining the objection, because right now it is beyond the scope of cross-examination. You guys did not bring that up at all on cross, so you cannot ask about it on redirect. You got some leeway, because your whole hardware was also beyond the scope.
Yeah, I was surprised you let that go.
So,
Okay, never mind. No further question.
all right, you may step down.
There's context to that.
Well, then you should have, that's what he's supposed to do. Maybe you should have started with the context and not with the beyond the scope. Call your next witness, please.
Defense calls Dr. Everly Noble to the stand.
What's your name? Everly? All right, that one, I don't know.
Yeah, that one's a little. They're not great names.
All right, Dr. Noble.
Yeah.
What is your name and what do you do for a living?
My name is Everly Noble.
Oh my God.
All right.
He's right. Stay. Put the question up.
Sam, stop objecting!
You didn't object.
What is your name?
My name is Everly Noble.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a retired veterinarian.
How long have you worked as a veterinarian?
I worked as a veterinarian for 25 years.
How long have you known Estelle for?
I've known Estelle for over 20 years.
Connection to the Animal Cafe.
I helped found it.
Why did you start the Animal Cafe?
I
I went to London, and on a visit to London, I went into an internet cafe where people could.
Is that too relevant?
How?
How is
Why
Animal
they
Cafe?
started, I don't agree with you.
How is starting Animal Cafe relevant? Your Honor.
Natalie, do you care to respond to why the animal cafe is important?
Because it's the whole
Okay,
point.
no, you do not ask. Go ahead. Why is this relevant?
Because Dr. Ugly Noble and Estelle founded it, and it leads to what I'm gonna ask later.
Could it possibly establish their relationship?
Yeah,
And why?
that's how they actually communicate.
Why
Work
he's
together.
qualified to talk about this? I will overrule the objection. Ms. Vaughn can continue with her thing here. What? I already overruled the objection.
I know, but can we object to excessive objections?
That's not even obsessive. That's not even excessive objection.
Yes, it is.
Almost all of them have been sustained. You guys are the ones doing objectionable stuff. I can't help that.
Stop being objectionable.
Okay. You stop addressing opposing counsel and address the court.
Maybe they should stop.
That's a $100 fine, Mr. James Fishbach. Mr. James Fishbach. All right, here we go.
Who else worked with you at the Animal Cafe?
I didn't get a chance to answer that previous question.
Yeah, let's go back to the previous question.
Oh, yeah. Why did you start the Animal Cafe?
Well, I was visiting London, and I went into an internet cafe where people could pay a small fee to connect to internet or use wireless internet if they can have it. And I thought it was really, and people could also bring their pets in. And so I thought it was really comfortable.
Overruled. Continue.
That was Lydia's idea this time, okay?
And
That was Lydia's idea.
it was really comfortable and really cozy. And I said I want to do that at home, and then Estelle agreed with me.
Who else worked with you and Estelle at the Animal Cafe?
Other retired veterinarians and some community volunteers.
Have you ever met Estelle's children?
Yes, I have.
Where did you meet them?
I met them at their father's funeral.
How did they act at their father's funeral?
Well, they showed up late, and then they acted disrespectfully, barely even talked to their mother throughout the entire event, and then they just left at the graveside service.
Have Addison and Alexi ever visited the Animal Cafe?
Yes, they have.
What did her children think of the Animal Cafe?
They thought it was a waste of Estelle's time and money.
Why do you think that they visited?
I think they visited to try and make Estelle hostile, to win their favor. I even overheard them say that the visit was a necessary ordeal.
What pets did Estelle have at the time of her death?
Estelle had 2 dogs, 3 cats, and a parakeet.
How old are her pets?
Her 2 dogs are between 3 and 4. Her cats are all under 1 year old, and her parakeet is 5 years old.
How old are they expected to live?
The cats are expected to live the longest at between 15 to 18 years if there are no unforeseen emergencies.
Are there any medical conditions?
Not currently.
Do you think Estelle's home is a good fit for the animals?
I do.
What will the quality of care be for the animals?
They'll be monitored, watched, and what Estelle called playtime and we'll have what Estelle called playtime with Riley at least 4 times a day.
Why do you think Mrs. Heaney Potter chose Riley Renlow as the animal's caretaker opposed to Addison or Alexi?
Well, Riley is a trusted caregiver of Estelle, and her kids do not have a very good relationship.
What did Addison and Alexi do to make you think of them that way?
There's just some of the most unpleasant people that I've ever met and left very negative impressions of me.
What other experiences do you have with Estelle's children?
I saw them for Estelle's 60th birthday.
How did they act at that event?
They kind of stood aside from everyone. They were pointing and laughing at people and just did not seem happy to be there.
Did anything change with Estelle's mood after they left?
Yes, she became a lot more cheerful.
Did Addison and Alexi attend Estelle's funeral?
Yes, they did.
How did they act at Estelle's funeral?
Well, they arrived, they were dressed in full black, full funeral attire, and then they acted sad throughout the event until the world was red.
What changed after the will was read?
They seem to lose all of their confidence, although I don't know what they expected to inherit. They always treat their mother with complete disdain.
How much money per year would it, from your veterinary opinion, would it take to take care of 6 pets?
About $6,000.
Would this estimate ever vary over the years?
It should increase as pets get older.
Does this cover any of the house upkeep?
No.
Does it cover any medical emergencies?
No.
Does it cover any of Riley Renlow's needs?
No.
So what does this estimate definitely cover?
It covers food and veterinary care.
So who do you think, in your veterinary opinion, would be the best caregiver to Estelle's 6 pets?
In this situation, I'd have to say it's definitely Riley Renlow.
No further questions.
Cross-examined Everly, which through a quick search I found out means wild boar and woodland clearing.
Oh, well,
Yes.
I'm glad that's what my name is.
The name of Everly is both a boy's name and a girl's name, of the English origin meaning wild boar and woodland clearing. So, it's probably the most masculine name out there. Joke's on them. Read cross-examination, please. It's good. It's working.
Is it true that you get a quarter of the money left after all the pets are deceased?
I'm not sure it says that in the will.
It does.
Dr. Noble does?
Yes. You get.
Oh, okay. Not.
I was trying to show you that.
Is it true that a quarter of the money goes to the animal cafe at which you support?
Yes.
And which means you benefit if the will stands.
I do not. The animal cafe benefits. The animal cafe is not. I'm retired. I do not get paid.
But you donate to the animal cafe.
Yes.
So you're in support of the animal cafe.
Yes.
So it being funded would benefit you.
It would benefit the animals at the animal cafe.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I don't know that it's argumentative. Yeah, what's that called? There you go. I'll sustain ask the answer.
So, is it true that you estimated that it would be 14 years for the lives of the pets?
Yeah, overall.
And you estimated that would be $6,000 per year.
For food and veterinary care only.
And it would be $1,400,000 for Riley's salary.
If she's paid $100,000 over about 14 years, yes.
And she is paid $100,000, right?
Yes.
Just give me a second. So in the it's fine. And the salary, so that would then the will gives $10 million, which is about $8,500,000 more than you estimate is required.
I guess.
So yes.
Yes, for food, veterinary care, for salary.
And you think this is unreasonable?
No.
You don't think this is unreasonable?
It's for house upkeep. It's for many things. Unexpected health emergencies, and also house upkeep, which is for a large estate costs a lot of money.
Can you direct your attention to this?
What is that?
Yeah, what is this?
The Illinois Pet Trust Act.
Does it or does it not clearly state that the court can alter the amount needed?
Where does it say that?
You're supposed to tell them what you want to read.
Oh, could you please read the part where it says that?
I don't know where that is.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Prejudicial or more prejudicial than probative.
How?
They're like stacking, like they're trying to.
I mean, can we just like be okay with them reading whatever it is they want? Like, that can't be more prejudicial as part of the law. Where's it? I don't even know what it is.
It's in that section.
Guys, stop getting angry.
It's highlighted area is where
The bottom?
Could you read the highlighted area, please?
Yes.
The Illinois Pet Trust Act addresses this by. This is.
By allowing the
No, it's that they highlight.
It's not exactly right.
The Illinois Pet Trust Act addresses this by allowing the supervising judge to reduce the amount of the gift to what is reasonably necessary for the care of the designated animal or animals.
Yeah. So it's just saying a judge can alter the amount of money given based on the need of the animal. But what he answered was his estimate as a veterinarian and the salary of Renlo is not all that's included in the will. Right? And we can stipulate that. So then it'd be up to the jury or the judge to decide how much is truly needed to upkeep the mansion. And if that sum of money is around $8 million, right? Is that what we're all arguing here?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
We're
Right?
saying like if they don't.
What I'm saying is like $8 million that are like,
yeah,
that are not needed.
Well, house upkeep.
In terms of veterinarian.
But it's not just for that.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying.
that's not.
Right, so what I'm saying is you guys are arguing that after paying Riley and paying for the care of the animals, there's $8 to $8.5 million. Okay, hold on, there's $8 to $8.5 million of money that would be allotted to upkeep the mansion, which I think you are arguing is too much.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's just go with that.
Okay. Can you guys do it, please?
I mean, that helped, right? Isn't that what we wanted to say? Okay. All right, walk back in. Order.
So do you not believe that $10 million exceeds the amount needed for everything that the will covers?
I don't know how much the upkeep of the estate costs, so I cannot.
Just giving relative information, not exactly, because you aren't an expert in this situation, giving about the size of the mansion in the area, would you say it's too much, or do you think it's the right amount?
I think it's reasonable for the size of the estate.
For the you think $10 million is reasonable for the size of the estate, including everything in the will?
Possibly, yes.
Even though $10 million is a lot of money?
Yes, I do.
No further questions.
I think I would need more than 10 million. I need 11. Would you like to redirect?
Yes.
Dr. Wildmore and Woodland Clearing?
You were just asked many times if you would benefit from the Animal Cafe getting more money. Is this true?
I myself would not benefit. The Animal Cafe would benefit.
Do you think that $10 million is a good amount of money for what it's being used for?
I think so.
Tell us why. Tell us why.
Oh, you brought it up. You're fine.
Well, it's a very large estate. Plus, we need to keep in mind possible medical emergencies that could be very expensive. Her salary, and since I don't own the mansion, I have no idea how much upkeep costs, so I cannot speak to that.
No further questions.
Turn it off for now. No, we're not clapping. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. 15 minutes, I believe, is what I gave the other side. Hold on, Jerry. I'll dismiss you in a second. So we will call it, we'll just call it 17 just to make it a round number. So it's 1:35 is when we will reconvene for closing statements. Which puts us like on a really, really good time. Okay, so you guys write your closing statements. Make sure you highlight all the important things you want to say. What you want them to change it to, or what you think is just or right or whatever, okay? All right, go ahead. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Board. I knew it. You guys are losing.
Literally everything that was said would have been black and white. What's that?
So was I was like fire video. So other fire from something my witness name. I feel like
First zero people. How's it going on?
Oh, what's that?
Has he? How many people's names has he misspelled? We apologies for Sam. He's just.
Sorry.
We apologies.
Was there received a fine of $100?
He's just objecting to everything.
I'm reading the chat.
We can
Too
read
bad.
the stuff.
We can
Zach,
read it.
we can read it. You can't just take the computer. How? Wait. So has he only? Wait. See how many people he's put on like probation? One. Wait. Keep going off. How many? Oh. Wait.
Wait.
He can't do that.
Wait a minute.
Zach.
You can't time.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay. That's all the way up. It's what? Feel the table. Feel the table right here.
Oh my god.
And then feel the table over here.
Oh my god. Also, he just spelled everyone's name wrong.
Byron Robinson. Oh, he actually spelled Robinson right. Comes to the stand with Lydia as a lawyer. Lydia.
Hey, Lydia.
Lydia. Yeah, you already know. Annika Wilkins was timed out by Aaron Pearson for 300 seconds.
That's not kicked out.
You can't.
Timed out.
Can't do that.
Why are you yelling at me?
I'm not the one
Because you
yelling.
can't do that.
What did he do?
Yelling.
He timed out your sister for like 4 minutes.
Why?
Why?
Oh, I'm
Yelling at me.
Because you made it so that somebody couldn't watch the live stream.
I'm assuming
Just put it on
might
mute
have
or in the chat. She can still watch.
I'm yelling. I think that definitely
Exact time somebody had to watch
What's happened? Is everything okay? So Zach timed out How do you time someone out?
Like basically, they can't make any messages. They can't say anything. Yeah. And I'm assuming it has to do with the fact that she said, "Yay, go game." Eli. Go get. Sorry about all the yelling. I don't yell. Andrew is getting really upset.
It's not that big of a deal.
Dang,
Oh, wait, it's Eli's sister.
the edge of the camera is only where Eli is? I know. It goes as far as Andrew. Dang, that's far. That's really hard to see.
Yeah. I'm aware.
DeSoto Fuel Bank. What the heck? DeSoto Fuel Bank.
Oh, did you guys hear about
Oh, we
typing?
apologize for saying. You see how they spell my name? It's D-S-O-T-O. Fielding.
Go up.
Fuel Bank.
Go up. Andrew already yelled at him about this, but like, he said she was talking in the chat.
She said one thing.
Yeah. Aaron Brisman saying, "I have this picture of all of us at 100 hair flip." You're gonna get that stuck in my ear.
I'm not.
Sam received a fine of $100. Wait, is that Zach's pen?
What?
Is that Zach's pen?
Where? Yeah.
I'm gonna go clean my ear. Sam just asking the same question over and over because we're being praised is not just a question. You didn't rephrase the same question. I was trying to set it. I didn't know exactly. Yeah. Did I get it right? Sam, when you were up there doing the project, I wouldn't want to send it right. You don't have to write.
I had a lot of fun grading Sam. That was really fun.
That overheard my argument. Overheard your argument of what?
Ron Pearson. Ron Pearson. Okay, so we're finishing at 12:30.
Bro, Isaac. Be honest, did I freak you out this first time? No, it's not. I screwed them up.
So you have like,
I know.
Actually, what are you
Eli.
Hold on, I'll be back. Turn around and do what you just did. But if you do exactly what you just did,
He doesn't. You object to absolutely everything you can.
Okay. But you guys are doing a lot of stuff.
Drilling me on not even in my way statement.
Never doing the work.
Nobody's gonna overrule that. Evidence of. He wants to go to college. We saw. Have you told you about this quote we saw? Dude, alright, so we saw this quote. It was on
I ungave
Oh my god! Okay. Okay.
He said, where are the witnesses? And I told him there's no witnesses.
I haven't touched me.
No wonder people weren't asking questions. What is going on?
She's already been timed back in.
How did he even do that?
I don't know.
How did he mess that up?
I don't know how he figured that out.
It's not muted. Mute it.
If they really wanted to find the drugs on Kelly
Natalie, raise your hand.
Well, don't do that every
Okay, so let's. I already restarted talking, and it was awesome.
Because I'm a witness, I can't. You can tell the lawyers.
Would not be bad. Any guys? You guys will vote for us, You're running against us, aren't you? Yeah. You're running against us, aren't you? I mean, you had a harder thing. He just.
Just working in front of the camera.
No.
See, we aren't visible. I'm just gonna sit here and do it. Is it muted right now? No, it's what? It should be muted.
When I have what up? All right. Are we ready for our closing statements? Is everybody there? Oh. Okay. All right, so the plaintiffs will first give their closing arguments.
Your Honor and members of the jury, Estelle Potter was easily manipulated. In this case, Riley Renlow was the person manipulating Estelle. We have seen through multiple witnesses that Estelle was very easily swayed in her opinion through the gift begging and her changing where she donated her money to the physician's office. As you see in this case, $10 million is excessive and extreme. And we are asking the jury to change the trust should be no more than $8 million or less. This amount of money will be sufficient to cover all of the things included in the will and give extra money in case something happens. We would like an accounting of what Riley is spending to ensure she is only using the money for its intended purposes. Estelle Potter changed her will due to manipulation from Riley Renlow. Renlow is massively benefiting from this will when the main focus is supposed to be the pets. The kids could have easily taken care of the pets, but were never given that opportunity. Please remember that if you believe this is excessive, or it's manipulation, or Riley is using the money wrong, you are supposed to vote to change the will.
Your Honor, members of the jury, there is a multitude of proof that shows how Riley did not persuade Estelle into changing the will for his favor, but instead Estelle made a rational decision to add him to the will for the sake of her pet receiving the best care possible. The only reason we're here with you today is because Estelle's children's greed was not satisfied. Our witnesses disproved almost everything the plaintiff side presented. Riley Renlow did not go against what was in the will and instead was looking out for Estelle's wishes.
All right, so jury, you have to first ask yourself two questions. One, do you believe that Estelle was manipulated into changing the will from the one that gave all the money to the kids to giving half of it to Riley in the care of the pets? Do you, secondly, so if you believe that to be true, then you don't even, the vote really of that case is not that the will is changed. That will then becomes null and void if there is manipulation. Then that will is gone and it goes back to the previous one. Does that make sense? Okay, if you find that there was no manipulation, then you need to ask yourself, secondly, is Riley using the money in accordance with the will and the law? Okay, so thinking about like the arguments of the pool house and whether that's extravagant or whether fostering the animals is a violation of the will. Okay, and if all that is the case, then you could also get the will to be null and void. If you don't find either one of those to be true, then what you could do then is re-examine the will and the contents of the money. But I don't think, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think anywhere in there it tells us how much the upkeep of the mansion costs, right? So that would kind of be up for you to decide. If it's supposed to be a sizable mansion, a big house, so that would be up to you to decide like how much, or if Riley's salary is excessive or not, and if that should be altered, or if the term should be altered, like that's all on you if you think it's excessive. Okay, so you got to ask yourself the first two questions first. And then this third question is, and then you also have the option to just leave it like it is. If you think that's what Estelle wanted and that's what it's going to take, then you can argue that too, and that could be your vote. It doesn't matter. So that's what I want you guys to talk about. So you can go back into that back room, give it about 5 to 10 minutes and talk. Elect a jury foreperson. It's not a very good election. You guys are all just like deciding. Okay.
What the final what? The final. Hey, sing. Say something. It's Sam. Say something. It's muted. Sam, it's muted.
Are you commenting this? That everyone's doing
Hey, Sam. It wasn't muted. I know. Hey.
Can I see your hat? No. Wear it.
Should I comment? Sam will now do an explanatory jumping jack exercise. No.
What?
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 It was just my head. Nothing.
What?
It was just my head that went into screen. Yeah.
Half of those were sustained.
Go do it again.
Yeah.
So, but still. Information nothing. Objection.
Hey, Sam. We're not muted.
Just ask Mrs. Bedsworth.
Sam or Isaac, go pop on screen.
Or ask why he wants to go to college.
I just realized my parents probably. It was your head and then your body went.
What should I do in front of the camera?
Do jumping jacks.
Whoa!
Yes, do it.
I'm gonna do the 4. Okay.
I can do the one time.
For what?
Somebody go do jumping jacks in front of the camera.
Hey, that's you. Oh wait, no, it's Ryan. Oh look, you.
Stop! It's hunting.
I see.
Now you go back and sit down. You don't get to be front and center. What are you doing?
Okay,
All right, here we go. So, have we reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
So, whoa. You don't have to ride because there's like no, you're not going to jail, right? Okay. So how does the jury find?
We, the jury, find that the will should be maintained. Okay.
No, that's what they say.
Yeah, just fully maintained.
Fully maintained.
We came to the decision that Riley Winlow is not guilty of manipulation and that none of the funds are excessive. Yeah, Caleb thought that the funds were excessive.
All right. Now remember, their burden of proof is not nearly as high as what a criminal trial is. So
Something should have been adjusted.
So here's where the struggle for me is as ruling on this case is I have no idea how much it costs to upkeep a mansion. And I wish that information would have been given to us in the documents, but.
I feel like the upkeep of a mansion would cost more than you think, but at the same time, less than you think.
I don't know how that's even possible. I don't know. What's my thing is like so like Estelle like went to the animal cafe on her own accord, right?
Yeah. When she was a co-founder. Yeah. Before she met Riley. She met Riley at.
Right. So clearly her love for pets developed before meeting Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did say that.
That's what the struggle is, right? Like, and then, I mean, you guys presented a good case. I just don't know, like, I don't think there was manipulation. It's hard for me for you guys to prove there was manipulation. No, but you're right. I mean, because we had two different people giving two different opinions on experts, and I thought both did a good job and both were credible. You know, in my mind, like, and I think in all of our minds, $10 million seems excessive. But depending on how big the house is, it might not be. Like, houses that size take a lot of money to keep up. And then I also started thinking about like the salary of $100,000. And then I remember hearing how much like Nicki Minaj's dog walker makes or something. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people who have a lot of money pay a lot of money for people to take care of their stuff. Like there are like worlds like the Marvel universe. Right. So there are people who pay like personal chefs hundreds of thousands of dollars to cook them meals every day, and then you think of like what it would cost to be the 24-hour-a-day caregiver for a rich person's animals. It might be $100,000. I don't know. I mean, I babysit you guys for less, but right. So, but that's where me as a judge, I err on that side too. I think I don't know that I would have ruled to change anything without the absence of knowing, like, you know, one thing that would come up at trial is like what an average caretaker for animals actually makes. But you can't. Yeah, so you say a wealthy person probably pays more than that, and it's 24 hours a day and not like just during the work day or something like that. So maybe it is 100,000. Okay, so I don't know. It's I don't know that it had a whole lot to do with your case. I think you guys presented the information that you were given really well. I just don't know that the information given said that we should have changed the will in any way. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that, like, honestly, now that it's over?
Oh no, yeah, definitely there was no manipulation.
I think there might have been some manipulation.
their argument on the pool house was valid, I think, because if you have a,
It
no,
wasn't.
And-
Why would you leave it a half-finished pool house? just
Yeah, why would you
like
leave it?
that For the next 14 years, for the next 14 years.
She died right here. So they can.
Yeah.
It raises the ashes to increase the value. Why would you leave it?
I think Addison is just in it for the money. $5 million enough for you, Addison? Well, in the stipulations, it says that Estelle's death was natural and not,
Well, it was made to.
because like that way, otherwise they could have done that. Like, well, actually, Estelle kind of just randomly died, Riley. Did you see though that the will, I didn't even notice this till just today. The will was not put into effect until after Estelle's death. So like it wasn't entered into probate, like it didn't become an official will until about 3 months after her death. Well, because it was like notarized and everything, but it wasn't turned into the court yet. Because it's still signed and notarized, so it's still valid. But it's just an interesting thing, like that's how closely it was written to the time she passed away. It's almost like Riley knew something.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I 100%.
Hey, we got the verdict.
Oh, that note that was like, oh, just in case I die, it'll be so happy that you're there. That was just like, oh.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We are going to put all of the stuff back where it goes, so my sixth graders can then maybe help too. I have a picture of what it looks like, but it's basically that table that there. I'm gonna shut down the live stream in a second. But that table goes in the middle, and then it's like a sun around it where all the tables kind of like point outwards, and then there's chairs that go under each one, and then the red chairs go under that thing. And then in a minute, we're gonna get a picture together before our band people have to leave, so that I can post it on the Instagram. And then at Brian Spectra, it's really tough to remember. So let's get that cleaned up first, and then we will go.
I found scissors on the floor.
Defense wins.
Can we what?
All right. We all good? What's up?
You don't need any of this.